The new Essenes. Beloved one, I would speak with you about your ancestry, your spiritual ancestry, not the biological ancestry. That is important, yes, in a lineage. It is important as it will bring up issues which you want to look at. For you all choose biological families on purpose, not by accident, to bring up various issues, to do the sandpapering of some rough spots from time to time to make you the smooth, polished, beautiful radiance that you are. But I would speak to you of your spiritual ancestry, that of the Essenes. You have read that in ancient times there were groups called the Essenes, one who studied, protected, kept the ancient manuscripts and teachings from the spiritual ancestors that they knew. The Essenes you read about in this day and time are ones who came from an ancestry of Atlantis, even before the beginning of what you see to be somewhat modern history. They brought with them into what was then a new land the remembrance of the teachings, the mysteries, if you will, that the ancestors had passed down to them generation to generation. They kept the mysteries alive through the writings and the memories of how to decipher the writings. Some of the writings were very ancient, even as they saw it to then, hieroglyphics, and even before that in the pictograms, writings that they remembered how to read. This was passed down from one generation to another, keeping the learning alive. Now, within the Essenes, and this is a broad term, you had, as you have had in this day and time with any of your groupings, on the one hand, those who were very strict in their outlook of what had to be, and the daily activities had to be celebrated in a certain way. There was the rising up early in the morning, which is still a good thing to do. Some of you do it, some of you do not. In blessing and honoring the angel of the sun, of the wind, of the rain, of all the angels that you are so touched by in this reality on our Holy Mother the Earth. There were rituals about what foods to eat and what kinds of food must not be eaten. As I say, there were ones who were very strict and kept to what they understood to be the old teachings. There were others who were more in the middle. They would partake of some of the old teachings as they understood them to be, and some of the molding and shaping of that day and time as it would be a bit of moderation and compromise, a blending together. And there were ones who were more forward in their thinking, who the first ones we spoke of, the ones who were so into ritual and keeping it as they remembered, thought the others were far out, and they were, as you understand it now with your groupings, diluting the pure teaching. Whenever you have a grouping, you have the possibility for a whole range of belief systems. So this was true with the Essenes in what you would see to be the ancient time. When you read now of the Essene teachings, some of the teachings are of the ritualistic methods, and some have come down through the generations under other names. These teachings are coming to light now. The Essenes in ancient times had several places where they would gather together for the holy days for ceremonies. There was a gathering which was a permanent at Mount Carmel, and there was also a place called Qumran, where there was a keeping of the ancient manuscripts. The teachings were preserved not only in the writing, but by oral tradition as well, so that every generation was taught, from the small child to older age, to respect all of nature, to know oneness with all, and to respect divinity of all life. This was a basic tenet. Mount Carmel and Qumran were the most permanent Essene places, but there were other dwelling places where one knew how to meet each other, where they would be welcome. If you were to undertake a long journey, you would know where to stop, where you'd be welcome in someone's home for a night or two or weeks as you made your journey. You knew because of certain intuitive and sometimes outright symbols where you would find ones of like mind, the same as you do in this day and time. The ancient Essenes had a network whereby they knew they could travel a day's journey to meet up with friends and stay for as long as they needed, and then go on with the journey. You have in this day and time the Essenes as well. You are the new Essenes. You have reincarnated many times to keep alive the message, not only of the Essenes, but the message of Atlantis and the mysteries of life, the truth of life, and the principle of life itself. You date back further than the cognitive in this point of time can recognize or contemplate. You date back even further than Atlantis. Now there are many of the brothers and sisters who say that Atlantis is legendary, and when you talk of Atlantis they say, "What's that? I thought history began with Christ." Well, some of the history did, but there was much before that. You do have the acknowledgement of the term BC, but you date back much further than that, and you are the reincarnation of the Essenes. You are the new Essenes in this day and time. The Essenes were and are ones who read and question, who searched the heavens for answers, the ones who look for the UFOs, the ones who want to be in touch with the intelligence of the universe and will welcome it when it comes. The Essenes are not afraid of change. They welcome change. They envision and pray for change. The Essenes have been the ones who would do the daily living as the other brothers and sisters were doing, much as you do in this day and time. You carry out the daily activities, you go to work, you see your co-workers, but you also look for something else, something more. You are keeping alive the tradition of the Essenes. You travel to various places. You plan a journey, you look at your roadmap and you say, I can travel this far in a day, and I know a friend or a friend or a friend, and I can stop off and see them, or I can stay in a motel near them and have dinner with them. You have the networking that the Essenes of ancient times did. You are doing it again in this time. You are keeping alive the journey of wanting to know. What more is there to see in this world? I want to see other cultures. I want to partake of other belief systems, religious systems that other ones believe in, because I want to know how all of that integrates with my resonance. Do I resonate with it or not? If you do not, go and try it. How are you going to know? The Essenes were very knowledgeable of the cultures of various places from their travels, and they were knowledgeable about the mysteries of light and energy, of long life in their prime that had been passed down from ancient times. They understood the underlying message, not just what was written, but the symbolism of what the writing stood for, the underlying message of life principle, the underlying message of the Christ incarnate and not carnate. They understood history of lineage from before even time began. This was a heritage that had been accepted. It is a heritage that you have kept alive even in the darkest of times, when you were in what is called the Dark Ages. You kept alive the flame of knowledge. Many of you served in special groupings known as the monasteries, because you wanted to and did copy ancient manuscripts. They were sacred to you. You knew that it was important to keep them. Even when others of the villages and towns would come to take away and burn some of the old writings, you always managed to secrete away a copy or two somewhere to keep the knowledge alive. There was great sorrow when there was the burning of the Library of Alexandria. There was great sorrow to the ones who knew the mysteries and treasured the mysteries of those writings. But know you that there was a literal underground library that was kept, and you were part of that. You knew the secret caverns under the ground, and you knew how to secrete away in various locations all of the ancient manuscripts in earthen jars sealed airtight so that they would not be lost. Even unto this day and time there were some which have not yet been found, but will come to light. The teaching of honoring the divinity in all things was passed down in every household of the Essenes to some degree. From the time when the smallest ones would come out of the cradle and start to learn about the world, you would teach them, along with the spiritual teaching, that there is the physical world and how to get along in it, and how not to walk into a wall if you do not how to make it into spacious enough. But you also taught them the secrets of how to make the wall spacious, to know yourself one with the molecules of the wall, so that if it be necessary you could walk through the wall. So you say unto me, well, Jeshua, if I knew how to do that in that lifetime, why don't I know how to do it in this lifetime? It is because you have agreed that you will walk the walk of the collective consciousness in this time, and you will be pushing out the boundaries of the collective consciousness by your remembrance that such miracles can be done and have been done in the past. But the collective consciousness you have agreed to will be part of in this day and time has not reached the remembrance yet. You are evolving even by asking the question. As the Essenes, you were taught the mysteries at a very early age. If it fit in with the culture, you would use those mysteries. If it did not fit in with the culture, it was going to be too much of a culture shock. You would not flaunt these miracles in front of others. But if it was necessary that you disappear from a crowd, you knew how to do it, as I did several times. You knew how to melt into the crowd and disappear. When one would turn around, you were not there. You knew how to do that because it was taught to you in the Essene tradition. You have read about the initiations that the Essenes went through. I came through a series of initiations based on the teaching and revelations I had received. You say to me now, but these initiations, I wouldn't know how to do them. I say unto you, you come through initiations in this lifetime. Initiation means beginning. It means moving into a new chapter of life. It is an initiation when you first born and you take on physicality. You lie there in a cradle and you look around, you say, what is this? Later on, when one speaks to you, will wonder what those sounds are. Why do the bigger ones speak to me? There must be a mystery here. As you begin to learn the language of the parents, it is an initiation. As you learn to walk, falling down once in a while, it is an initiation. As you go off to your first schooling, your kindergarten class or preschool class, and you leave home, you go out on your own for the first time, leaving the mother, father for an hour or two or longer, there is an initiation, not only for you, but for them as well. As you go through the various grades of the schooling, each one brings its own initiation. You go into high school and you have initiations there of adolescence, how to get along with the peers, how they see you, how you see them, how you see yourself through their eyes, which is not always the clearest view. You go through the initiations of dating, and you have an initiation when you decide you are going to marry someone. That is quite an initiation, living with another person in a committed relationship where you adjust one to another. You encourage the other one in their growth, and they encourage you in your growth. Not always easily, a bit of the sandpapering again. You come through many initiations, which are not called initiations, but they are, because they bring you to a new level of what you understand human life to be, and of what you understand yourself to be. As you read books that talk about the Essenes and the Holy Ones and their initiations, you feel, well, I couldn't come through those initiations. And yet I say unto you, if you were, and you have been, an Essene of that time, and you were plopped into this time, and you had to learn to drive the vehicle, you had to adjust to the airplane in the sky, would you not find that initiation to be quite miraculous? As a new Essene, you are still protecting and preserving the writing. You have found new technology for spreading the information, most wonderful technology that even in a year's time advance itself, so that not even separate from anyone else's revelation and teaching, and they are not separate from what you want to put on your web, your internet. You have what are called your chat rooms, where you can exchange ideas, or you do the emails with each other or the instant messaging. You can go back and forth with the messages right away as you would be sitting one across from the other, and yet you may be miles apart, again proving to yourself the mystery of oneness. I and the Father are one. I am love itself. I am life outpicturing in this form and this reality. I celebrate that which I am, and I celebrate that which you are, always in the remembrance of the divinity which will allow you to create whatever you are creating. I bless you with my love. I speak Christ to Christ with you. I thank you again for coming as the new Essene to push out the boundaries of what the world has known as constriction, to study, to journey, to know the initiation, and to keep alive the ancient teaching. So be it. Mysteries, energies, and predictions. Beloved one, I would like now to continue speaking of some of the mysteries that the Essenes passed down from generation to generation. You are the one who has been the mystic from before recorded history. You are the one who has brought up great civilizations in other times, and you have been the one who has allowed those civilizations to pass and to release all that you knew in those civilizations in order to bring forth a new cycle, as you would call it. It is not as separated ego would judge the cycle to be of the same level. It is very much like your toy called the Slinky that comes a little bit higher each time in its circle. You, as the collective, have been evolving throughout many civilizations, coming to a place where you are now remembering, asking to remember all that you have ever been, ever known, ever created. You are the creator of the universes. You are the creator of this solar system and this planet, and you have a great affinity for certain aspects of this planet. Now we have spoken that you are here from the different constellations. You are the star seed, the seed energy, which has come from other planetary constellations. You are the energy of other cultures from other systems, and you have come, you and the brothers and sisters who populate this most wonderful planet, in a most wonderful project to see how all this can work together. You have a bit of the microcosm of it when you come into a workplace and you work with your co-workers. Some of them you resonate with, and some of them you wonder about. You have even said to yourself, what planet are they from? Or they say to you, what planet is he from? You are bringing together cultures, ways of thinking, ways of believing into a place where, in time, there will be a melding and a remembrance of one. Meanwhile, you have spread across our Holy Mother the Earth many different cultures in this day and time, and you see them trying to live side by side, sometimes with harmony, sometimes not with much harmony, sometimes with out-and-out conflict. In witnessing the conflict, your compassionate heart opens and wants to make it better. Your compassionate heart says, why does it have to be this way? For you would like to get in there and fix whatever is going on, to remember the harmony that you have known from the other constellations and the other forms of life that you've activated. The conflicts, even though they tear at your heart, are as the grinding stone to a diamond, which will bring out in time the brilliance of the blending, the brilliance of the final achievement. When you look upon conflict, there is the human part of you. I know it well. I felt that in many lifetimes. I looked upon Jerusalem, and I knew that all the warring factions, the religious, the political ones, could live in harmony and could know the Father's will for life abundant and happy. And I looked upon Jerusalem, and I wept. The same as you have felt when you have looked upon the various geopolitical groupings that have been and are in conflict with each other. You have a legend, and it is true, of cultures, lands known as Atlantis and Lemuria. The ones of Lemuria lived very close to nature, knew the forces of nature, respected, honored, and lived in harmony with nature itself. You are going to see a rebirth of Lemurian energy. It is very healing energy. You have energy now in some of the older geopolitical groupings that is more of Atlantean energy. This energy, although it has very good parts to it, and can be and have been used for the betterment of the human evolvement, has become a bit rigid, a bit stuck, and you are going to have the possibility of seeing how this works out, all of you star seeds from the different constellations. You are going to be seeing more and more of the manipulation of humanity coming to light, especially in the countries that are of the Atlantean energy. There are many of your geopolitical groupings that are set in a certain culture. It has always been the certain family who has run things, and by that I do not mean biological family, although sometimes it is a biological family. And you are going to be seeing, as you have already seen in the past, some of the most rigid geopolitical groupings finding themselves crumbling. You had a wall not so long ago that was seen to be quite rigid, quite divisive, and within a short time that physical wall came down because the walls within the people's hearts came down, crumbled. Ones were saying, we do not want that physical wall. There is not a need for the physical wall. In fact, there is a need for it to come down so there can be a flow of information, of connectedness. And so the physical wall came down. There is a consciousness that is calling out for change. You are going to see more of the crumbling of the old. Already in the past you have seen some of the scribes and the Pharisees finding themselves standing out in the marketplace without all of the wonderful raiment. You are going to see more of the scribes and Pharisees, Sadducees as well, expounding what they believe to be the right words to keep everyone in order. And yet ones are going to pass them by because they are going to look as the beggars. In other words, there is going to be a transparency which looks to motive, which looks to the heart of the one who is speaking. Most of your brothers and sisters are wanting to live according to principle, the highest principle. How they get there may differ from how you see your journey to the highest principle, but they are wanting the same. And they are also beginning to throw off the shackles of old thinking. The ones who are originally holding on to what they think their power to be are going to find that that which they are standing on is crumbling. So you are going to see much of change. Some of it is going to look good to you. Some of it is going to look like tragedy at first. Keep it all in perspective. In balanced perspective, you have within the Atlantean energy much of creativity, technological creativity, which has brought much ease to your lives. Many of the so-called inventions that you are surrounded by bring comfort to the body, the warmth, the kind of raiment you wear, the lighting that you have in your dwelling place, the way you can heat your food, the way the food is processed and brought to you, the way your information is brought to you now on your web, as it is called. The Atlantean energy has much of good in it, and it has been used for good in many times in many civilizations. But it also has the temptation to feel itself powerful and to feel arrogant because of what it has provided. The feeling of, I can create, which you can, and I can control, which you cannot. Many of the brothers and sisters have been caught in the temptation of feeling that they are in power because of the Atlantean energy that they know so well. Now, you know Atlantean energy. You know how to create. But you also have a softness, a mellowness about the heart. A heart that opens and takes into account more than just what are your requirements. What is going to be self-serving, or even self-serving to the group that you feel attached to. Atlantean energy has much of an attachment. It owns, so it thinks, and it wants to control because it feels it has the power. It has proved by evidence of the inventions and technology that it has power. It feels it has power over individuals. You are going to be seeing some of the decline of that energy, not without a fight, because Atlantean energy believes in itself, as it sees and understands itself to be. And it is not going to release, change, modify without a struggle. You are going to see that in your leaders in all fields. Some of the leaders are of compassionate heart. So far, many of them have been sitting on the sidelines because they do not want the slings and arrows of the world. But they are going to begin to see that the slings and arrows are coming at them anyway, so they might as well get into the middle of it. They are going to, and you are going to have more voices, and some of you are going to be those voices, speaking out for a new direction, looking to other models of how one can live in harmony without judgment. You have had lifetimes in Atlantis and Lemuria, and you are bringing those energies into a most wonderful blending even in this lifetime. Certain of you have great technological bent. You want to know how things work, and you cannot wait to get the next invention to see what it will do, how you can use it. But you also have the appreciation for the sunset and the sunrise, for all the beauty that is in nature. You know how to sit with the grass and to hear it growing. You know mellowness. So you are not just Lemurian, and you are not just Atlantean. You are the ones who in this lifetime are bringing these energies together into a most wonderful blending, and you do it without thinking. Well, I'm going to take a cupful of Lemurian, and I'm going to take a cupful of Atlantean and see how it works. But you do it because it is your nature as one to bring it all together. Furthermore, you are going to be remembering your lineage from before Holy Mother Earth, before Atlantis and Lemuria, and you will call upon innate remembrance from your experience in your constellation, starseeds that you are. This year, individually, many of you are going to be making changes. Some of you are going to be changing employment. Some of you are going to be changing the dwelling place. Within the 12 months, you are going to find yourself moving, not only the physical bodies, but moving within with new revelations. Some of you already have been feeling stirrings of change, and you have been in a place of excitement because you want to change, and also in a place of, oh, but I like the old as well. How can I be elastic enough to keep my arms around all that I have loved in the past and embrace all the new as well? Well, because of your Atlantean energy of technology, you will do it. With all your communications, with your transportation modes, with your Lemurian talent of knowing heart to heart what is going on with the others, you are going to know when to pick up the telephone if you want to do that, or when to travel to be with the other ones. It will be a mix of the Atlantean and Lemurian energies, plus a remembrance of past journeys shared in other constellations. The Essenes knew that they came from other constellations. That was part of the mystery that they held close to their hearts. They tried to tell brothers and sisters that there was life beyond Holy Mother Earth. They tried to tell that there was much more to life than just growing the crops, raising the children. That was important, yes, but there was life beyond what they saw in front of them. And they were called fools. They were called the ones who were outcast, too far out, and so they kept the mysteries to themselves. They knew how to commune with all the parts of themselves, and by that I mean the Lemurian parts and all the parts of the Atlantean energy, the creative parts and the temptations, and with Lemurian energy the feelings of reverence and appreciation, and the temptation of not doing, but just being. So you see, as there is the belief in duality with the energies, and the whole range of energies, these are as 2 points of the same stick. This year will bring you much joy, much to reflect on, much which will call forth from you the perspective of lifetime from before Mother Earth time. Keep a light heart, smile often, even in the confusing times, knowing that all things lead to the atonement, the realization of at 1 month. So be it. Stages of Empowerment, Part 1. In earlier conversations we have spoken of how, in the beginning before time was, we, as one mind, thought to experience, to expand, to create. We have spoken how, with the thought of creation to manifest form, there came an identification with the creation. There came to be pride, if you will, and also a feeling that I have to defend whatever I have, and I have to defend, most of all, the body, because if something happens to this body temple, where am I going to live? Am I going to just cease being? That was a belief you held for many, many generations. It was taught you that if you did not take care of the body, and it ceased, then you ceased. It was not a very pleasant thought to hold. You also felt responsibility for the family, and to provide for the family as best as you could. There were many times when you acknowledged and reinforced fear within yourself, because you felt responsibility for other ones and they for you. As you saw the family, the small ones, and as they knew life as the infant yourself, there was a belief which evolved as insecurity and a need for protection. There came about a feeling of vulnerability, a feeling that you needed someone outside of you to take care of you, a feeling which others were quite happy to reinforce because they wanted to have power. And so they said, okay, we will take care of you. We will tell you, as the religious, philosophical orders have done down through the ages, as certain religious and political groupings have had their authorities instruct you. We'll tell you what to think. will tell you where to put your golden coins, will tell you how to live your life, will tell you where you're going to go after you decease the body. And you have said, okay, I feel isolated enough. I feel separate enough that what they say must be true. You have bought that belief system over and over with all of its nuances many, many lifetimes, and yet you have come to a place where you have been questioning. You have been saying, there has to be more of me than just what the rabbi, priest, teacher, minister, government leader tells me that I am and can do. You have many times wanted to speak out, and yet because of the very deep generational teaching and belief, you have held back from it, which has led to a feeling of unrest within you, a feeling of dissatisfaction, unfulfillment, a longing, if you will, to go home. I don't know where home is, you say, but this isn't it. That much I know. I want to go home. Sometimes you have felt in growing up that it was to go back to the physical home of a certain lifetime and to be taken care of again by the parents. The parents may still at that point be activating the bodies or not. Sometimes you have returned to the childhood home and that which you are seeking was not there. It could not be there because the journey is forever ongoing and you are forever changing, and as you change, everything else changes as well. But I want to go home. I don't feel that this is home. I don't feel that this is all there is. This has been a quiet malaise for a long, long time within the soul of you, within the soul of mankind, womankind. The stages of empowerment come first with the acknowledgement of the general malaise which has been prevalent for many, 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 many lifetimes, with the acknowledgement that, yes, I do feel out of it. I know that there must be something more, and I accept my seeking. I know that my seeking does not mean that I am unwhole. My seeking is truly coming from my holy self, which is leading me back home. Many have felt unworthy as they have been seeking either healing of the body or healing of the soul or healing of circumstance. They have felt guilty, did not quite know enough, or were not good enough to have the answers. And so on top of the general malaise of feeling separate and vulnerable, there has been a layer, sometimes thin, many times thick, of guilt. It has been added unto, lifetime after lifetime, to the place where you have gotten quite heavy in the feeling of guilt, in the feeling even for some of hopelessness. You have said, the best thing I can do now is to try and find a little bit of joy and hopefully die quietly in my bed, surrounded by a few loved ones who are going to miss me. Maybe they'll put up a little rock with my name on it. Maybe they'll put a few flowers around the rock, and then it is all you've asked for. You have come collectively to a place where you are satisfied if you can just have a little rock, even a couple of sticks nailed together that would show where your body's been placed with maybe, if you are lucky, a flower. You have come to accept that that is the most you can ask for. Maybe some of you will go off to the wars and you will come back perhaps in a box, but the box will be draped with a flag. The flag will be folded up and given to the loved ones to hold, poor substitute for the holding the human body. But there it is. Perhaps a few medals, because you were brave enough to put yourself in a place where the consequence meant that you felt that you had no other choice but to lay down the body. Now, even when you are at that place of saying, I only deserve a rock, I only deserve a yurt or whatever, you are still being creative. You are creating that belief. But let's expand it a bit. Why not? Who is going to say that you cannot do that? The authorities? Huh? Now for a long time you have the belief that the authorities had power over you, that they could tell you what you could do and what you could not do. This came about early on with the groupings known as the tribes and villages, and it served a good purpose, because as the tribe or the village would work together, there was a growing prosperity and a collective consciousness that helped each other. As the tribes and villages expanded, there was a desire for more territory. Countries, as you see them now, want more territories, more resources, etc. They will go after them, and they will tell you that it is all done for the good. Well, after all, you have to have oil. You have to have heat in your homes. You have to have the gasoline in your vehicle. You have to have food to nourish the body. This is all done for your good. All of the things that the governments do, the authorities, the ones who regulate how things can be done, they tell you that it is for your own good. Because of generational teachings, you say, well, they must know. They're the ones who are in power. The churches, especially the one church that has held dominance for so long, was very good at telling you what to believe, what would happen to you if you were to have certain thoughts. You had to go and confess those thoughts. No one knew you had those thoughts except you, unless you wanted to tell them to someone. But it was your duty to go and tell them, to confess them, so that you could be clean again for another period of time. and you were told to come back the next day, a week, for surely you would have sinned in the meantime. So the authorities would tell you what you could do, not do, what you could eat, what you could go, what you could think. Think you that this is a different story then than it was in those days, as you look back on the history and you say, well, that church had so much power, but now it's different. Think you that your government are any different in this day and age. They tell you where the boundaries of the countries are. They tell you what papers you have to have. They tell you what the trade tariff has to be. They tell you whether you are free to go somewhere or whether you have to apply for the paperwork and wait for a year or two or longer until you are approved. Approved by whom? Who has power over you? And you have accepted. Well, I guess they do because they say they do. The stages of empowerment. You are getting to a place now where it is very risky because you are beginning to believe in yourselves. You are beginning to believe that others do not have quite as much power over you as they say. You are coming to a place where you are questioning motivations. Why do they tell me such and such? Why do they do certain things? Why do they have the right to take my son because he's of a certain age and put him in front of the other's method of releasing the body? Why do they give him a weapon to go out and seemingly be trained and told that he must shoot the enemy? Who's the enemy? Many of your young ones go to foreign countries and they are told they must fight the enemy. And they are confused. They say, but who is the enemy? I don't see any enemy until he shoots at me. It gets to the point where they imagine they are going to be shot at, and therefore they shoot first, and then they are the enemy and they get shot at. Is that not insanity? But the authorities have said that is how it has to be, because it is for your own good. Or they will put it even more sanctimonious terms. It is for the people's good. We are there to free the people. The people, meantime, may not want that kind of freedom. And yet they have been so indoctrinated to believe that others have power over them that they feel they cannot do anything about it except to try to survive. Now, we have been speaking for years. I have been speaking for what you would see to be a couple thousand years in different ways, about the oneness of you. I and the Father are one. You have that recorded in your holy scriptures. That did survive. That has come down as truth and is there to remind you. I and the Father are one, as am I, and you are as well. That part was struck out. I and the Father are one, bottom line. That is where your power is. That is where you stand now, which is why I say you are at a risky place, because you are beginning to understand that others do not have the power over you except as you agree, individually and collectively, that they would have some power over you. But in truth, even if they ask of you the body, even if they ask of you that you would give over the loved ones, they cannot harm the holy child of you. The ongoingness of the Christ of you is going to come back and reincarnate if you so desire. The same with the loved ones. You have found that releasing the body was no big deal in truth, and you reincarnated if you chose because life is ongoing. Life is creative. As the extension of the creative one, what else are you going to do except create? So you keep on going and creating and living because you are life. As you will understand your power, the power of the One, you do not have to accept anyone else's decree of who you are, what you can do, where you can go. The nonsense that existed even in our day and time when you walked with me, of the various countries and the borders and boundaries, this is nonsense. There is but one people. Diverse, yes, culturally a treasure, but there is but one people. You have an ideal which is being corrupted now, but it is in essence an ideal. The global world, a global economy, a global community, yes, it has been and is being corrupted. But it is moving as an ideal in the right direction. You are but one people, one Christ in many bodies, yes, with many cultural heritage behind you, many lifetimes of experience behind you, but you are one people, and one of these days, perhaps not too far in the future, you will have much more understanding of each other. You are coming to a place where you are going to know the power of one, and the power of you as one, to be wherever you want to be. And so you are going to be sitting next to the coffee farmer in what you now call South America or Central America, speaking with the coffee farmer and then coming back to your Starbucks or your Tully's or Seattle Best. I hope I have not missed too many companies here, and you are going to say, hey, I was speaking with Juan, the coffee farmer, about how he grows his coffee beans, and how much you pay him, and how much the middlemen take, because there's more than one in the corporate conveyor belt before the coffee actually reaches the consumer. How about a bit of a cooperative where there is equality, where the laborer is paid commensurate with what he does and is honored for what he does? Not only the coffee farmer, but all the ones who grow the produce, all the ones who make the raiment, all the ones who work to serve us. In that way you will know one people and know the empowerment of one people. Keep that in the forefront of your consciousness as you go about your daily living. We will speak more of the stages of empowerment in the days to come, because this is a very important topic. It is a very important avenue of remembrance. This message has been but an introduction to give you some seeds to think about the past, how the belief and lack of empowerment has come to be, to think about the present, where you are now with it, and to give you a few ideas for the future. For the empowerment of all, for the Father's love for all the earth, your future is in your hands. It is in your consciousness. It is in your power of vision. So be it. Stages of Empowerment, Part 2. Beloved one, sometimes you feel a bit like the mole that is burrowing under the ground. You feel that there must be light somewhere, but you are not quite sure where it is. Yet the most wonderful part of you, the divine part of you, nudges you forward so that you keep going and going and going with hope in your heart. Even though you may not see the light, you keep burrowing until finally you run into a rock which forces a new direction, and up you go, and there you find some light. Sometimes when you come across the rock, you have a few choice words to say. You're not too happy to be running into the rock, and yet, after you have changed the direction, you have come up. You begin to see that the rock was exactly what you had asked for, at the soul level, to make a change in the direction. At the time it is sometimes a bit bruising, but that is all in the perception, is it not? You are coming now to a place where there is a geopolitical grouping and several others upon the face of our Holy Mother the Earth, are beginning to encounter the rocks, to see that a new direction is necessary. Your founding fathers of this country recognized, had it revealed to them, that each individual has the right to the pursuit of happiness, to life, to freedom, that all have created equal. This was a great revelation and a great manifesto which was given as a gift. It is an ideal which has not yet truly been realized. But it is as the carrot in front of the horse. It is out there for one to strive for, to bring into manifest experience. It is also true in some of your other geopolitical groupings as well. This is not the only country. Now, as you have seen, power, however sincere it may start out to be, often gets a bit detoured. Even the most well-meaning of your leaders finds himself or herself with much of the molding of pressure, and there are many of your sincere people who would be leaders, who do not want to be in that position because they understand that the pressure would be very, very great. So when you have ones who come forward to be as a leader, whether you agree with them or not, you have to admire their courage. What you are calling forth now are ones who are strong enough to stand up to all the pressures of the various groups who have the vested interest. Every week in your timing there is something which comes to the attention of many of you as to what has been behind the various decisions. There is coming a time when it is going to be as the 100th monkey example, where there is going to be a complete change, an overhaul, an upheaval, if you will, because there is too much which has come to light to be ignored. So far, many of the brothers and sisters have been going about with the sunshades on the eyes, not looking at the light, not wanting to see. They are saying, well, yes, okay, I've heard that, I've read it, but what does that have to do with me? Very soon it is going to come. Already it has come for many, to a personal level where it does have something to do with them. And they are beginning to feel a bit of the personal nudging. They are beginning to wonder, do these other ones truly have power over me? I have been brought up to believe, even in the most enlightened society, that the ones who are in power are distant from me. They make the laws, they make the rules I have to obey. And yet the collective consciousness within the enlightened grouping is coming to a place where there has been, there is, there will be, too much in evidence that cannot be ignored, to a place where ones are going to say, I do have power and I'm going to use it. You are going to see this. It is going to feel as a great upheaval, because separated ego, as we have spoken many times, does not like change. Separated ego, even though it may feel uncomfortable, does not want anything to change because, after all, what I know, although it is not comfortable, it is familiar. But even separated ego is getting enough of a nudge that there is going to be much coming to the forefront, much of change, and you are the ones who are going to be very instrumental in rejoicing in what you are seeing happening. You are going to bring it about, because you are going to begin to take back the awareness of your power. Now, you have never lost your power. You can never truly give your power away, but you can be in a place where the awareness says, I don't have power, where the belief says that the power is outside of me and others have control over my life. But you can never truly be without power, otherwise you would not be. If you are, and you are, then you are power. You not only have power, you are power. So in truth, you can delude yourself, as has been done for generations of time, into believing that you have to do as others say. And there is much reinforcement for this as the small ones grow up, but at the same time you have rebelled against that. Each and every one of you in your own way, even the quiet, demure little ones who will be the model of behavior, have rebelled at times. Some of you have been outright rebellious. And I do not mean violent when I say rebellious, but I mean the place where you stand your ground and you say, I am equal to you. I am power the same as you. I have power over my life, my decisions, and you do. If you had sitting in front of you right now the leader of your particular geopolitical grouping, the one known as the president or prime minister, etc., there would be an interesting feeling of reaction with all of you on individual levels. There would be the initial feeling of, I am in the presence of one who is important. Respect must be shown to him or her. And I have heard this said among you, either to him or her as a person, or at least to the office that he or she holds. That would be the initial reaction. Then many of you quickly would come to the place of saying, but they are my equal. They put their socks on one at a time. They have daily ritual that they follow in the bath. They are very much the same as I. Let us speak equal to equal. Now would they like that? It is not what they are accustomed to. If you were to know that the office that you hold a life office, is equal to the temporary office that you hold, although they hold a life office as well, they would come to a place of equality, a meeting of the Christ, let's put it that way, where they could be and would be discussion and dialogue. Are you likely to have that opportunity? No, not the way things are arranged now, because they have to be protected. See you the irony in this? Those ones supposedly hold the most power in the geopolitical grouping, and yet they have to be protected by all of the so-called Secret Service, so they go nowhere truly in freedom. Yet they are the most powerful in the country. Ironic? Yes. Very interesting. Contemplate that for a while. In truth, you have more freedom than they do. You have more opportunity to exercise your freedom. As you will take the example of meeting and talking with your honored leader, you could feel an equality of the Christ. You could imagine speaking to that one person to person. You would be speaking as Christ to Christ after all the formalities and initial reactions got out of the way. As you do that and you feel it really deeply within yourself, there comes an awareness of empowerment, not the power of the world, because as we have spoken, the power of the world has to be protected, but an awareness of your own divine power, the power of the Christ, the power of the being of you, the individualized being which is eternal. As you had the feeling of speaking one-on-one with whoever would supposedly be in power, there was a feeling, either very strong or subtle, of empowerment where you felt, well, hey, you know, I have power. I am power. I am life, the same as anyone else walking on the face of our Holy Mother the Earth. You use your power in every day in all the choices that you make. Many times your choices are made out of habit, out of what has been taught you down through the generations as being acceptable, safe, or perhaps the best way to go that will bring to you what you think you want the results to be. But every once in a while you come up against a rock, like that mole that we spoke of earlier, and you have an opportunity to stop and think, how can I see this another way? How can I make choice in a loving way and yet with the empowerment of my own divinity? How can I make choice anew? And in that moment, it is most divinely exquisite moment, the soul of you, and even the spirit which goes beyond the individualized soul, has a chance to influence the choice which is made. Sometimes you surprise yourself by what you do, say, or think. Those are the pivotal moments that change your life and change the collective consciousness. Stages of empowerment. First comes the understanding that I have not lost power. I have temporarily taken upon myself an awareness, a belief, that power could be outside of me, that someone else has more power than I, knows more than I do, can direct my life because they perhaps see it from a different vantage point, and perhaps they can direct me. That has been an old belief system handed down generation to generation for a long, long time. Then comes the stage of denial, the stage that says, well, this is the way it's always been. I don't have power, I don't have choice. Look, every time in the lifetime when I have tried to stand up for something, this is your denial speaking. Every time I've tried to do that, I have been asked to give up the body, off with the head, or some other means. Do you think I want to do that again? Denial asks. But the still, small voice within you remembers that you are not the body. You are not even the lifetime experience. You are the divine Christ which always resurrects itself, which will always be forever ongoing and forever creating. Now, how do you create a sense of empowerment? Practice. It comes with attracting to yourself those moments where you feel empowered, where you know. You have faith. You trust that you are power, divine power. Temporal power, as we have just spoken, comes and goes and has to be protected, but divine power always is. So you practice. First thing in your morning, do the stretch, take in the power of you. Feel it coming not only into you, but also out of you as you have the great stretch. Know yourself to be alive. Throughout the day, be mindful of every choice that you make, and be mindful that it is a choice. That empowers your awareness. I choose to look with love, with friendship. I choose my words with love. I choose to stand for what I believe. I choose a posture that shows that I am standing in that belief. Be mindful in everything that you do, and when you lay the head upon the pillow in that evening, you will be aware of how much power you are, because you have chosen every moment mindfully, whatever you have chosen to do. You need not bring judgment about the choices. That is sometimes disempowering in the short term. Just be mindful of choices that you make. Separated ego says, I am just one person. I don't have power. Everyone else has power over me. From the time I was born to the time that they do something with my body, they all have choices that they make with their powers over me, but I don't have choice. That is denial, and it is untrue. You are not separate. There is a magnetism that draws all others at least an opportunity to know their Christhood. The still, small voice speaks to you, and you come to a place where you want to know. You want the awareness of your power. You want to know the joy and the freedom of the true power of who you are. You do that by being mindful of every choice that you make, every small choice and every large choice, because in truth all choices are equal. There is really no big choice and no small choice. They are equal and equal in power. Even the ones you would see to be small choice build upon themselves until they become what is then realized as a big choice. You are doing that right now. You are adding one revelation to another revelation to another revelation, and they seem to be as small drops of water. Yet after a while it is quite a cleansing, a bucketful of water, if you will. Practice. That which you will focus upon grows. That which you appreciate does appreciate. If you appreciate joy, laughter, happiness, humor, friendship, they will grow in your experience. Look for those qualities. They are always there. Many times the world will speak to you, and it will shout, it will scream, that this is a hard place to be, and you must watch out. And because you have set for yourself much evidence from other lifetimes that it could be difficult, there is a first habitual reaction that it is easy to fall into, but it is just as easy to fall out of it by being mindful. You have much power. Practice your choices now. Be mindful of your choices. Be mindful of your power of choice. So be it. Stages of Empowerment, Part 3. Mother Mary speaks about the ritual of the rose. Gentle ones, blessed ones, children of the Most High, I am the one you have called Mother Mary, Mother of Christ, and I am, and you are. For all of you are birthing the remembrance of the Christ which you are. Previously my son, the one you know as Jeshua, has been speaking to you of the stages of empowerment, the stages of how, in the very beginning, before even time was, we as one mind thought to create. With a thought in the one mind there was expansion. Expansion to create even what you call now a concept, consciousness, awareness of being. Just awareness of I am, isness. It is difficult to speak in this day of time without using the concept of time. But before that thought of awareness, there was not even thought, even as you understand thought. There was isness, yes, and there was potential unrealized and unmanifest. Then there was thought to create, to bring forth realities, all different realities as you now play with different ideas. It was like that even before time, because time is in this reality, but not all realities. It was thought to create, it was thought to expand, and the expansion is forever ongoing. In other words, when the purpose of time has been fulfilled, when you are finished with time, you will move into another reality as you create it, which will be ongoing to another reality. In the beginning, outside of time, it was in what you would understand in concept form, an instant. There was that thought of, where does that expansion take us? Where do we go? What do we do? You had an idea. Let us bring forth manifest form, at least in this reality. And so you brought forth the constellations, the galaxies, the universes. At first you started with one or two, and this expanded, because expansion is forever ongoing into more and more. You brought your point of focus, as you would understand, your vibrational frequency as individuated to one planet, one star system. You focused upon what you would see and understand in concept form to be a lifetime or several lifetimes there with others who were of the same mind, similar to the school of fish, the flight of birds, ones of like mind, and you played. Then you had the idea of, what else can we do? You have now in this day and time your science fiction, most wonderful stories of what the future may bring. Your science fiction is based on what you have known in the past because your future is not written. Your future has yet to be written, and you are writing it each day, each moment as you go along. Your science fiction is true. The idea of beam me up, Scotty, many of you have said, that is what I'd like to do. I'd like to be in 2 or 3 places at the same time and not have to go through a long time going. Beam me up. You are going to know that, probably in your lifetime. You are energy. You have heard my son speak of the light coalesced into form. You are energy. You use energy, yes, as you do the most graceful movements, as you walk down the street, as you do your housekeeping, as you do your physical activities. You use energy, but more than that, you are energy. The body itself is energy coalesced into a denser vibration where you can say, well, this is form. I can feel it. I can touch it. There is shape to it. You are coming to a time in what you yet see to be the future, but it is not that far away when you are going to know the energy of how you form the body and how you can heal any part of the body, because all of it is energy. How you can grow new teeth, clear the eyesight, renew any part of the body that perhaps you have made in constriction a little bit, as a piece of your vehicle sometimes wears out. You can know that you are energy always ongoing. This is how you lived. We lived many hundreds of years. You have that recorded in some of your writings where ones lived many, many hundreds of years. You are coming to the place where you're going to know truly, not just intellectually, that you are energy. You are going to feel it. That body is going to change. In the creative process, as my son has spoken to you, there came to be a pride of creation. This is what I have created, this planet, the mountains, the waters, the flowers, the trees, the birds. You knew life in all those forms because that's what you created. You knew you were not separate from. Therefore, you lived as that creation. You lived as the ocean. You lived as the mountain. You lived as the great tree, the sequoia tree. You have lived all the creations because you wanted to know them intimately. And there came to be a pride of ownership. And with that pride of ownership came the feeling that you had to defend that which you had created. Concurrent with that thought, which did not happen overnight, but was a process which evolved, came the belief that I am separate, alone. I have to defend that which I have. You put on armor around the most pure soul of you so that you would not be vulnerable. And this came to be literalness, where you put on a literal armor, the very heavy chainmail, the leather armoring, the metal armoring. But more than that, you put on the armory around the heart and you said, no one is going to touch me. No one is going to see the true me, because you made for yourself experiences which were hurtful, where you felt that another one saw you and did not like what they saw. Now that was your perception. It was not truly how they saw you. How could you know how they saw you? But your feeling, your perception was, if they see me as I think myself to be, they are not going to like what they see. So you armored the very heart of you, and you have kept it that way for a long time as you measure linear time, to a place where you have felt the heaviness of the world, and you have said, this is not how I want to live. So from that place where you knew your power as a divine, you knew yourself to be intelligence, consciousness, creative, there came to be a belief of loss of power, to the place where you are now, where you are wanting to know empowerment once again, not as your world understands power. You have watched that over many lifetimes, and you have seen how that power is defined and how it comes and goes. But you want to know your power, to take it back in awareness, to know that you cannot be hurt because truly you cannot be. You are loved with a divine love because you are that love. The intellect knows it, and the heart is allowing some of the armor to be shed. I wish to share with you a ritual which allows the shedding of the armor. It is a ritual of opening. It is called the ritual of the rose. It is a variation of the ritual of life. Now these rituals were done to be as a remembrance of the truth of our being. The rituals were often used at the beginning of initiation, but the rituals were done on their own also from time to time as you wanted to remember, the same as you do your rituals in this day and time of putting your post-it note up on the mirror. That is a ritual. Perhaps you have not looked at it that way, but it is. It reminds you of something. You have your notes, you have your quotations on your mirror, your refrigerator, to remind you of who you really are. Not just the post-its that say that you have to go to such and such a place on such and such a date, but the ones that they say certain quotations or certain truth, affirmation I suppose they're called. The ritual of the rose is one that symbolizes exactly what we have been speaking of with the stage of empowerment. For the rose, in its ritual, starts out with the feet together, representing the oneness, one mind together. Along the way, as you have seen roses grow, they put out thorns, do they not, as protection? And that has been part of the evolution of the stage of empowerment or disempowerment as the belief is gone. Feet together, one mind, and then reach up above the head with the arms above the head, the palms of the hands together, fingertips together, pointing to the sky, heaven. You now have what would be the rose in bud form. As the rose open, spreading hands and arms to horizontal position, it allows and symbolizes the opening of the heart. For as you are now symbolizing the rose when you are fully open, there is nothing defending the heart. Look where the hands are. There is nothing defending the heart. It is open and vulnerable. As you were the rose in bud with the hands above the head, palms together pointing to heaven, you have an expansion in vertical form of the heart chakra. As the rose open and unfolds, you have an expansion in horizontal form of the heart chakra. The ritual of the rose allows the symbolism that we have been talking about, bringing the life energy up through the body to a place where it is through the crown chakra, expanding the heart chakra in the vertical form and also then in the horizontal. We have just now done the basic form of the ritual. When it was done in its full form before an initiation, it was done with crystals as well. You would select 4 rose quartz crystals and 1 clear quartz crystal. You would place 1 rose quartz crystal for the feet, 1 for the crown chakra, 2 for the palms of the hand, and the clear quartz crystal at the heart chakra. You would prepare these crystals a day before you were going to the ritual. You would take a bowl of water and you would bless the water, and you would put it in the sunshine. And in that bowl of water you would put the crystals as well, and you would leave them in the sunshine during the day and in the moonlight during the night. The next day you would take the crystals out of the water, and you would sprinkle the ground all around where you were going to actually lie down. You would sprinkle the ground with the holy water, the blessed water. Then you would place the rose quartz where the feet are going to be, and place the clear quartz on the heart chakra. You are laying down at this point, and you place the rose quartz above the crown chakra, and the 2 other rose quartz crystals in the palm of your hand. And you do what we have just done with the simplified version of it, holding rose quartz between the palms of the hands above your head, remembering all the while who you are, remembering the symbolism of the rose quartz and the rose, and allowing the magnification of the heart chakra with the clear quartz, and giving forth from that place love. Beloved one, the symbol that has often been given for me as Mary has been the rose. That is why I wanted to share with you the ritual of the rose. It is an easy one to do. It is an easy one. It does not have even to be done physically in order to open the heart. You can do it with ones on the physical level and with ones who are not physically present with you, because they also are the rose in process. With your open heart, reach in and touch the softness of that one's heart. So be it. RX for changing times. Beloved one, the time in which you live now is a time of great change. With the turning of your millennium, there was an anticipation of change, and it was met by the most wonderful prophecies coming from the place of duality. There were the prophecies of doom and gloom. Everything was going to come crashing down, including all the computers, and everything was going to stop or revert to the Dark Ages. Balancing those messages, there were the prophecies that the new millennium was going to be the heralding of a golden age, a new time. What you are looking at now as the collective, is a time of even greater transformation. You have seen a war of culture against culture, not of one country against another country as such, but a cultural one, born from the soil of separation. The belief that there can be us and them, and there can be in that belief system a threat, a vulnerability, and a need for defense or offense. You are moving toward the experience of a great melting pot worldwide. Now, that is what your geopolitical grouping has been called, and it has, over the last 2 centuries and more of your time, been a great melting pot for cultures, belief systems, religion, faith, different traditions. Your country has become the most wonderful place where there has been a pushing out of old boundaries, which has meant conflict many times at the individual level. And there has been some price to pay for that, but it has been well worth the price you and others have volunteered to pay. In what you see as some years yet of your future, there will be more of the melting pot factor in the collective consciousness, where it will be seen that it no longer serves either side to be in opposition one to another, and where there will be coming together and acknowledging that life is, and the form of life and the belief structures are truly incidental. But before you get to that place, there will be a time of, well, you can call it sandpapering. I like that one. Sandpapering all the rough edges off. Many of you and many of the other light workers, there are many on the face of our Holy Mother the Earth, at this time are feeling vibrational density. Many are asking of themselves, what is wrong with me? Why do I feel so sad, so heavy, so hopeless? I used to be a happy person. I used to have all the answers, but now everything is gray. I do not know how to choose. There is sometimes a feeling of grayness which overcomes the individuality, a feeling of heaviness, a feeling of frustration, and a feeling that, because I am feeling these issues, they must be mine personally. There are many who are feeling guilt because there are issues to be looked at and because there is frustration, confusion, sometimes even hopelessness. Many are saying, but I know the tools, I have read the books, I know the right rituals, I know all the good workshops to go to. Why don't I feel as I used to feel? Many of you are sensitives. You are ones who have come in this life for a specific purpose. Yes, it was to have your own lifetime and to deal with your own individual issues, your own individual desires, and your own individual completion. But more than that, you volunteered to be here at this time to transmute the collective energy, to feel it and then to release it to the light, and not to claim it as personal, but to be able to look with holy vision at the larger picture of what is happening. Before an incarnation, there is a planning that is done. There is a discussion with aspects of greater self of you, with what you can liken unto a steering committee, what I have referred to at other times as a soul group. You now are at the point of a soul group. You agreed to come into this incarnation as the incarnate point of the whole group. However, before the incarnation, there has to be an arrangement as to what you are volunteering to do. The specifics are always open to improv, but the general plan is agreed upon. There is a grid of light around our Holy Mother the Earth, all of you being points of light, to help in this time of transformation and transmutation of vibrational energy. As you would see yourself to be individualized energy, a point of light, allow yourself to feel, first of all, grounded with the feet of our Holy Mother the Earth, and know that your light goes forth as a beacon and joins with the point of light of the grid of light masters who are around this planet helping at the same time. You are connected, and you are very much assisted in this time. But because you have chosen, as volunteers, the human experience, you have also agreed to some of the parameters of the collective consciousness. And those parameters, as you have found and experienced, are very confining. You, with your adventuresome spirit, have tried to get some elbow room, to push out the boundaries because you do not like boundaries. You know boundaries not to be true. I would encourage you to begin to visualize that which is true. Visualize the grid of light which surrounds this planet, our Holy Mother the Earth. Visualize it as incarnate, because you are points of light here, and visualize it as the discarnate masters of light which surround the earth. There are certain points on the grid of light which are more active at this time. There is much light which is being called to what you have acknowledged as your Middle East, although I'm not sure it is in the middle, and I'm not sure that it is east either. It depends on what you are standing, does it not? You have seen in your own geopolitical grouping a time of economic challenge where there has been much of reorganization, and much which is valued highly has undergone a shift. You have responded with hope even in the darkest times, and you have looked for the good in whatever happened, and sometimes you have surprised yourself because you have seen the good. It has been a time of challenge, individually and also collectively, but it is a time which would not be denied. In other words, the holy child will not be denied its awakening. So take heart in that, even when you listen to the most disastrous as it appears to be news. For every day you are brought information of fresh disasters. You have breaking news. Almost every moment something is broken, which is good. Praising the holy child that there are many old wine casks holding old wine being broken, so that the new wineskins can be in their place. Those of you, and there are many, who feel these times heavily, I would suggest certain perspective. Practical. I speak to you of practical things because I know human life. I lived as a man many times. One lifetime was recorded, but there were others. I know humanhood. I know human life. And I know that there are times when all of the spiritual platitudes of all the ancient writings do not satisfy. So I speak to you from a place of practical measure. Begin with the breath. Begin with allowing the deep breath to bring you to peace. It is as simple as that to change the course of what has been seen and felt up to that point. Begin with the deep breath and the willingness to see things differently. How do you go about seeing things differently? It is to breathe again and then to stand for a moment, just a moment, in a place of holiness, a place of detachment, caring nothing for anything that you see before you or that you think in the mind. Just for a moment be the beholder, caring for nothing as to outcome, just allowing and watching, standing in a place of the interdimensional self, not attached to specific incarnation and specific desires. Just for a moment. It does not have to be any longer than that, just a moment. And in that moment all of creation rearranges itself because of your willingness and your desire to allow it to be that which it already is, holy. You will see miracles. You will see coincidences which are not just coincidences. You will see things coming together which you do not think could happen. And you will feel for yourself a great healing, a lightness if you will, a feeling that in truth the Father is at work. By whatever name you want to call it, always the divine self of you is in charge, creating, guiding, allowing a divine plan to unfold. So in practical terms, take the deep breath. Remove yourself in imagination to a place of beholding just for a moment. To look upon all what is going on in a most wonderful, exquisite dance, allow yourself detachment for a moment. No judgment of what is right or wrong, or how it should unfold, or how you should make decisions as to your part in it. Just for a moment. Stand back with no attachment, no vested interest, and watch, as the Father does, that which is unfolding. In the place of non-attachment there will be a guidance as to action that you need to take, or non-action. In the space of non-attachment, only for a moment, you connect once again with the true nature of you. It is a place of all possibilities, and yet not with attachment as how it has to be. It will be as you look upon a field of the most beautiful flowers, all possibilities. Not attached to the yellow ones or the red ones or the ones with certain patterns of color, the tall one, the short one, but just beholding the whole vision. Practice non-attachment. Practice beholding, just for a moment. Separated ego will get in there as quick as it can and say, yes, but this really matters. You have to decide. You have to. But you take the deep breath and you feel the peace and the healing which truly is yours, just for the asking. Even if you do not see your way out of a situation, being in that place of peace is the way out in itself. It is as simple as that. That which you have agreed to do is to be the light of the Father and to anchor it on this plane. Now, the specifics of how you do this are open to improv. But your purpose and what you have agreed to do for many years as the lifetime extends to is to be the point of light, a point of consciousness, a point of infinite intelligence anchored upon this plane, and to know yourself, finally, connected as a grid upon this our Holy Mother the Earth, and connected to the grid which, as you would conceptualize it, is above and around the planet. The grid, which you can imagine, and which is true around the planet, our Holy Mother the Earth, extends out into what you see space to be. It connects with a grid of intelligence and light around the other planets of the solar system, and it extends out into what you call outer space to connect with grids of intelligence of other star systems. Many of you have felt a knowing that you have not lived all your lifetimes on our Holy Mother the Earth, and you have recognized in some of the information which has come to you a connection of heart and of mind with other places of intelligence and other constellations. So when you begin to feel a bit hopeless, confused, depressed, down about whatever, taking a deep breath, allow yourself to move for a moment into a place of non-attachment and look upon our Holy Mother the Earth and all that is happening upon it from the perspective of another solar system. Know that truly your intelligence is, they're looking back at what you see your intelligence here to be. That which you are worrying about a moment ago so becomes a bit smaller in relative terms, something to be dealt with, not to be denied or ignored, but it is seen as a part of a fuller picture. In other words, it takes its place within the jigsaw puzzle made of many pieces. There were times in my lifetimes when I had made certain choices. There were times, many times, and it is recorded in your holy scriptures, when I took myself apart from the multitudes to commune with the Father. Take yourself apart from the multitudes, whether it be multitudes of people or thoughts, to the garden within. Even if you are surrounded by a grouping of people, you can go to the place of peace within and allow the non-attachment, non-judgment of even the grouping around you, and see the most exquisite weaving of energy and intelligence and value your part in it. Breathe. Allow yourself to be in the place of non-attachment just for a moment, not to care, to say, I of myself do not know what is best. When I was in the Garden of Gethsemane and I was facing a time of decision, I prayed to Abba and asked, if it be thy will, how about if we move out of this garden and do it another way? I took the deep breath and I waited, and there was only silence. So I knew that which was going to be was that which would serve the highest, and I was not attached to the outcome of what was going to be in the next few hours and days. The place of non-attachment, the place of non-judgment is your divine nature, and in truth you know it well. But you have practiced many lifetimes of specific focus upon human experience to the place where the human experience seems to be the reality, and the non-attachment seems to be an illusion, imaginary, not real. But with willingness and practice you can know the truth of non-attachment. That is why I say to you, imagine it for a moment. That is all it takes to begin with, just a moment. Just to be willing to stand back and say that. There must be divine order and a divine plan working in all of this, even if I do not see it, just to stand back. Then there comes the most wonderful miracle. After you have done this for a moment or so, there comes over you, as you blink it would be, a feeling of great freedom, where it is no longer your responsibility to have to know, to judge, and to go free as an innocent child. Now, yes, separated ego is going to come running up to your side and say, but Master, what about this? But Master, what about that? Notice that it calls you Master, and you say, wait a moment. I feel very good in this place of non-attachment. I want to stay here one more moment. And you allow yourself the place where you are not attached to the hows and the whys and the wherefores, and the miracle comes over you as the blanket of lightness and the feeling that all is well. That is all you have to do. It is simplicity itself. And yet the world will teach you otherwise. But in truth, you are already the light of the Father, the love of Abba, right here, right now, enfolded in his love, her love, its love, enfolded in that love because you are the extension of that love. Breathe, step back, behold, and allow the heaviness to be lifted from you. Give it to the grid of light, acknowledging that we are all working together. That which I have agreed to do in conference with you, I am doing. And you know, it is beginning to suggest itself to me that part of what I agreed to do was to recognize that I am not alone. For I had forgotten the fine print in the contract. Now I see it, and I behold all things new. Go now in peace. Go now in joy, true joy. For you do not have to know the answers to everything. You have to only be that which you already are, and to elaborate all of the changes, and there will be many. Know that you are part of the great grid of light energy upon this plane, and that you are connected to the grid of light which surrounds, envelops, and loves our Holy Mother, the Earth, and the consciousness of the collective, which is emerging from a deep, dense sleep. So be it. The grid of light. Beloved one, as we spoke last time, there is a grid of light upon the surface of our Holy Mother, the Earth. You are individual points of light forming a grid, joined by many others of like mind. You have come to a place of a great shift of change, a place where collective consciousness is thinking, questioning, and experiencing that which makes for great change. You are reliving a most important time, a time which is known, pre-recorded time, and yet remembered, of Atlantis. You are here for a purpose because you were there, as we speak of a time long ago, and yet it was not, because all time is now. It comes back as memory. You were there. You made decisions, and you have come now to remake decisions, and to see that which was done in holiness, to have holy vision of that which was done, and to see that the present is also being outpictured from a consciousness which is truly holy, even though the results, the effects, according to separated ego, could look to be disastrous. You have come, masters that you are one more time to look upon possibility. We have spoken over the years of the wonderful advancements of your technology, the advancements that bring you into communion very quickly with ones at great distance, as you measure distance across the face of the earth, where instantly you can be in the chat room with a friend in another country far removed from where you see your physical being to be. We have spoken of how your technology is bringing you great possibilities, and also the probabilities and the responsibilities which go with the technology. You have come to this time to review that which you have chosen in other lifetimes. There is light within our Holy Mother the Earth. There is intelligence, and there is what you would see to be conscious experience of life within the planet itself. There is light within, and there is light upon, as you know yourself to be a point of light. There is also a grid of light above, surrounding our Holy Mother the Earth. It is a grid of light from what you would see to be ascended masters, ones who are not incarnate, but are very much joined with you in intelligence and in consciousness. The grid of light you are connected to, within the earth and the grid above, is a grid of light which you established in what you would judge now to be eons of time ago, and yet it is as the twinkling of an eye in all of time. You established an energy grid, a light grid, in order to be able to call upon that energy at times of great change. It can be likened unto when you put the certain metal pieces into your electric wall socket and you connect with the energy there to run some of your technology. This is a time when consciously you can connect with the grid of light above and below you to feel yourself energized beyond that which the world understands. When you look at your heavens in the daytime, there is great light. You can see the lights of the masters. You call it the sunlight, and it is, but it is also the light of divine intelligence. In your nighttime, when you look upon the heavens, even if you are a city dweller, and you cannot see perhaps all the heavenly lights which one who lives in a more isolated region can see, you can see points of light shimmering, beckoning to you, asking you to remember who you are and who they are, and what your connection is all these points of light. For as the extension of the one Creator, you have created those lights. I speak here of what you call your stars and your constellation of stars, and I speak here also of your oneness with all the divine intelligence of light, which fills in all the seemingly dark between the points of light. Allow yourself to connect with the grid of light, which is some of its anchoring within your oceans. There is a grid of light in all of your oceans, submerged as you played with physicality, and as you made great changes on the faith of your Holy Mother the Earth. The grid of light, which was at one time on the peaks of the mountains, has been submerged, through changes, under what you see now to be your oceans. There is intelligence within the oceans. Now you know that to be true because there is a certain belief emerging about the dolphins and the intelligence of such beings. Furthermore, they know themselves to be connected to the light grids which are submerged within the oceans. The land dwellers, such as you find yourself to be, have been more fascinated with what has been on the surface and with the interrelationships of temporal power, kingdoms and rulers who ascend in power and descend, changing. There is also, upon the peaks of your mountains which you see now, a grid of light from all of the elevations. These points of light on the mountains are a magnetic energy, places of invitation for intelligence from what you would call outer space, or other space, perhaps that is a better way to put it, to visit, to connect, to have communion. In other words, the UFOs come, being drawn to the light, to have communion, conversation, exchange of information from time to time, and there is coming into the collective consciousness a willingness to expand to the place where the allowance of such experiences can be accepted. Now always there have been divine intelligence within and between all the physical mass known as the stars and the constellations and the planets. Always there has been divine intelligence which has traveled either as thought or as light or as more physical density from point of light to point of light. The ones living upon the surface, as I have said, have often been focused on the minutiae of daily activity, but there is coming now within the collective consciousness an upliftment, coming to a place where it is lifting itself up to look around, to be willing to entertain the possibility that perhaps it is not alone in the universe. Regarding world events and future events, I say unto you, do not hide away in the cave the consciousness which you are. Allow yourself to know that which is going on, to view it from a different perspective. Connect yourself in consciousness to the grid of light within and around the earth. Make your connection with it consciously. You stand in a most wonderful place right now, and what I remind you is that you are not alone. You are surrounded by light, by divine intelligence, by a grid of energy placed there by the consciousness at the time of the beginning of the creation of physicality. A grid of light which you can consciously connect yourself to, the same as you plug into your wall socket. Allow yourself to say, okay, I'm plugging in. I'm plugging in. I'm plugging in everywhere. Feel the masters, the intelligence of friends, true equals, walking side by side with you, step in step with you, making changes, shifting for the awakening of all human consciousness, which then extends to the place of communion, with all consciousness, not just human, but all consciousness, the point of connection which you have desired to remember lifetime after lifetime after lifetime. The true freedom that you and the forefathers, and you as the forefathers, have desired for all mankind, womankind, living beings. That time is now upon you. So be it. Plugging into the grid of light. I would continue what we have been speaking of previously, the grid of light, which in truth surrounds you, placed there by you from before the beginning of the physical world, and which is now coming into your consciousness, individuated consciousness and collective, to the awareness that you can plug into it once again, such as you plug into your wall socket to receive the power. The grid of light can be likened unto the same, and you can plug in it to receive a feeling of support and encouragement where you know, truly know, that you are not alone. You are not a small piece of driftwood drifting somewhere, perhaps bumping into other brothers and sisters. You have a place in all that is going on and a purpose. You have agreed to divine purpose, and that purpose is to bring about the awakening, to remember how it is to go in peace, how it is to go in innocence. How do you go about plugging in, such as when you put your electrical wiring into the socket? You go about it, first of all, with the acknowledgement that there is power, that you are power, otherwise you would not be. You are the power of being. Every one of the brothers and sisters activating the bodies, and the ones who are unseen, are of divine intelligence. Not all know this, but you begin by acknowledging that you are power, that you have it, but that you are it. Otherwise you would not be the consciousness which you are. You would not be. You begin with the willingness to explore something which has been forgotten by the collective consciousness for a long, long time because of a divine plan which has been called the descent into density. In other words, the fascination with conflict, drama, density. Now you begin with a willingness to try something expansive, and you throw open the doors and windows of the mind and of the heart, and you ask, how would it feel, just for a moment or so, to pretend that what Jeshua is telling me is really true? Perhaps there is a light grid, and I am a point of this light grid, and perhaps I can connect to it. How would that feel? Just for a moment. Not to feel alone and struggling any longer for answers. How would it feel to be totally supported, totally perfect and correct in everything I do? How would that feel? And many of you say, I haven't felt that way since I drew my first breath, or even before that in this lifetime. With the willingness on the physical level, allow yourself to take the deep breath, which brings to you to a place of bridging, a place where you allow the bridging of physical with spirit. It brings you the opportunity to abide for a moment in peace and to abide in expansive knowing just by the simplicity of the deep breath. Take the deep breath and imagine how it feels to be part of a grid of light of divine intelligence. How does it feel to be connected to ascended masters? How does it feel to be connected to the intelligence of a planet itself? To be part of the intelligence which set all of this into motion? That is you. You were here from before time began. You, even as you understand yourself to be individuated energy, were here when the heavens were just a thought, your thought. You were here when the question came up. What would it be like to create, to extend thought into physicality, to bring forth creation into physical form, to coalesce light, the thought of light energy, into some kind of form? At first that form was very fluid, cloud-like, not the density that you know now. You came as the intelligence which you are, as a thought wave, to experience that which you created. You knew yourself to be the intelligence, the light. You knew yourself not to be separate from the other aspects of yourself, other beings you call them now. You played with, how would it feel to bring forth something a little more dense in the cloud form? What would happen if one kind of physicality was mixed with another? What combination would that bring forth? You have fallen in love with the playground, and the playground has been as a lover which would give and then perhaps would take away. It could be conditional. You have made of your playground a conditional experience. Allow yourself now to plug into the grid of light. Begin with the willingness. Take the deep breath. Acknowledge that perhaps there is something more than what I have remembered upon this point. Begin with imagination. Begin with trust, the trust that I am plugging in. I am acknowledging that I am part of the grid of light, not only of the surface of our Holy Mother the Earth, but the grid which is above and below, the grid of light which extends out into outer space as well, for there is no place where there is not intelligence. Some of you may want something a little more tangible. Allow yourself a touchstone which will bring forth a feeling of being connected to something more, such as lighting the candle. Acknowledge, I am plugging in. With the light of this candle, I am plugging in. Not that the candle has any magic for you, but you have magic for the candle, and you work together. For some of you, an aroma of fragrance may allow the sense to expand to a place where you are beyond the specific focus of body. Many of you have felt this as you walked in a certain garden and could smell the lilies or the other flowers of fragrance. You have certain aromas that are expansive. Some of you may want to use that as a touchstone for remembrance. It is not necessary, but it is for some of a balancing between the ones see to be a plane of reality and what they understand the nebulousness of spirit to be. For some, there is a remembrance which comes with a word or two, perhaps a phrase, perhaps a certain mantra, affirmation, perhaps just the beginning of the prayer that is in your Holy Scriptures known as the Our Father. There are different ways for different ones to begin as a point of reference and then expand from that place. Keep saying to yourself, first as an affirmation, and then you will realize the truth of it. I am plugging in. I am consciously plugging into the grid of light, the divine intelligence, the energy of divine wisdom all around within me. I am part of this divine intelligence and energy and divine wisdom. I am waking up to my feeling of divine power, isness. I am acknowledging the divinity of my being here and the miracle of life itself. The words will come to you, different words for different ones. They will come from within, and you will be surprised at the words which seem to turn the consciousness for you. You may remember a phrase from a lifetime ago or several lifetimes ago. It may come to you in a sound of what is now a foreign language, or a chant perhaps, that you do not remember what it means, and yet it holds deep meaning for you, even the sound and vibration of it. For many of you, a musical tone will bring you to a place of expanded consciousness. It is not by accident that many are turning to tones, vibration to feel an attunement, atonement, resonance. When that feeling comes to you, acknowledge it as a part of the plugging in. I am plugging my consciousness into the grid of divine intelligence of light which I am. The world does not understand it. Your scientists have yet to discover it. And I say unto you, they are on the threshold of measuring the light grid above and below and in your ocean, because they, like you, are seeking to remember and to come home. But they have said that it has come to be a certain formula so they can believe it. So it will come in a certain formula and in a certain process of time, so that they can believe that which they have theorized that they have proved. Go about your daily activities as if you are divine intelligence, divine consciousness, walking the face of our Holy Mother the Earth. Go about your daily activities knowing that you are plugged in, because truly you are. Go about your daily activities not from a place of fear, wondering how worse can be, but knowing that truly, I am the creative power which has brought forth everything, and call it all good. You have in your Holy Scriptures that the Creator looked upon that which was created and called it all good. You have forgotten that part. Look for the good. Call in the divine intelligence of the grid. Call in the brotherhood that as yet has been unacknowledged by the collective consciousness. There is intelligence in what you see space to be, and you will see communication with other brothers and sisters who may not activate a form like this one, the human form, and yet there is divine intelligence. There is a reaching out to know, to understand, to relate, to communicate, and to be in awareness of the creativity of the one Holy Child. You, as you understand yourself to be individuated energy, you, as you understand yourself to be human, are not all that is. You are an extension of all that is, yes, but as you understand yourself to be individuated energy, and as you will define yourself only as being human, you limit that which truly you can understand yourself to be. You have been, collectively, very specifically focused upon human existence, not only human experience, but just human existence, for many, many lifetimes. You have been specifically focused on temporal power, worldly power, and how to defend whatever it was you thought you had to defend. But in all of this, there has been a still, small voice suggesting that perhaps there is more. The focus of the collective consciousness has turned to other places of attention and interest, but the grid of light and divine intelligence which you are has never wavered and never left you. Plug in, beloved one. So be it. Servant of the Most High. Beloved one, let us now speak of you as the servant, which you are, the servant of the Most High. The servant of the Most High is the beloved child of the Father. And when you accept that you are the servant of the Father, you abide in the most wonderful place of remembrance. Now you say, well, Jeshua, I don't want to be anyone's servant. I want to be my own person. And you are your own person, claiming your own personality. But in the remembrance of who you are as the Holy Child, it behooves you now to remember that you are the servant of the Most High, and to examine most deeply what it means to be the servant. Not to take just the worldview of what a servant is and to say that this is a menial position, but to claim once again the true meaning, value, worth of the servant, and to feel quite worthy in that remembrance. What does it mean to be servant in the truth? It means to be there for the brothers and sisters, to serve, yes, and it means much more. It means to be humble. It means not to put yourself above that which you serve, but to know the true meaning from whence you have come, the servant of the Most High. To be humble, to be teachable, to be open, receptive, to say as the child that you are, "Here I am, Father, show me, teach me, guide me." It means to ask in every moment, "What is thy will?" That is what the servant does, setting aside any thoughts of grandeur of self, small self with a small s, and looking under the grander whole which you are. To be servant means to have humility, a true humility, not a false humility which the world so often teaches, where you put yourself down saying, "I am the lowest of the lowliest worms. I am not even worthy to crawl in the dust. I have sinned. I have sinned so greatly that no one can look upon me." Many lifetimes you have lived with such a feeling, and you have tried to cover it up. You have made a false bravado, a false persona, and you have said, "Here, believe this persona, please. I don't want you to know who I am inside. Because if you truly knew me as I think I know me, you would not like me, you would not love me, you would not accept me." To be the servant, the true servant, means to be humble and to abide in humility, to look to the source and to be in great awe and wonderment of the source of your being. For when you begin to catch a glimpse of who you truly are and from whence you have come, and you are catching that glimpse even in this day and time, you find yourself in great wonderment that you, whom you have thought to be such a tiny little being, are one with such an awesome power, a power unknown to the world and beyond the world. And you stand in true humility and you say, "I will serve that presence. I will serve the source of my being. I will serve that source with great joy and reverence." To be a servant means that you will have discipline about yourself, as a servant must know discipline. Discipline has great rewards. You are finding even now a necessity for some discipline. You have tried it otherwise, and you have felt like you wandered through a day, a week, an experience, and were battered here and there, tossed as a small ping-pong ball upon the waves of the ocean, and it did not feel good. But as you will accept the discipline of choosing anew as often as is necessary, to remember once again the Father's love, remembering once again whom you serve and what you serve, you will begin to know great joy. The servant knows obedience. True obedience means to listen for the voice of the Father, to listen for the still small voice within, the voice which is always available to you in place of peace which comes with a deep breath. The place of peace is your sacred place within the very heart of you. And know you as the awakening Christ, you as the willing servant of the Most High, are desiring to hear the voice of the Father asking, "What is your will?" Not the will of the world. I have tried that, and it has brought me no lasting pleasure. But what is your will? I will be obedient to that will. I want to serve you, Father. I want to serve the highest. For you have already served the lowest, and you know how that feels. Serving that voice of the world brings you in time to the lowest point of perceived unworthiness, and yet the still, small voice will call to you to come up higher, to come home, to release all the heavy burdens of judgment, all the world thinking, and to come home. And you have said, yes, I will. The servant is obedient to the master's call. The true servant has trust, for the servant may not see, oftentimes does not see what the master sees. The servant may not see the whole vision, and the servant has to trust. You ask of the Father, "Speak to me, guide me, tell me where to go, tell me what to say, I will listen." And then the Father, through the still small voice, suggests to you, and you must trust. For often at that point you do not see the whole picture. You cannot see where each stepping stone is going to lead you, but you trust. The true servant trusts and has faith, and will take the step in service even though he or she may not know and does not see the whole holiness of the vision. That is obedience, trusting, surrendering, and having faith. Now, what does it mean to be the servant of the Most High? To be the servant of the Most High means to choose in every moment to look upon even that which you do not understand from the place of high perspective. To look upon it and to say, even if I don't understand what is going on here, I will trust that there is divine wisdom at work. I will believe in the best. For you who have chosen to be in the world, but not of it, it remains for you to see yet what the world is presenting. Not to cover the eyes and to say it does not exist. That is like standing in a flower garden with a blindfold on, saying that the flowers do not exist and yet you smell them, or the natural fertilizer which the gardener has used. Recognizing that you are in the world, but not of it, means to look upon whatever is happening and to know that there is good in it, no matter how the appearance looks to the world's ego. Begin to choose to look upon everything with new eyes and to look for the good in everything. Not to deny that whatever is happening can be seen as bad or heavy or tragic according to world belief, but to sit with it and to own it as your creation. Now that's a stretch for the ego. And then to look beyond understanding, to look beyond appearances and to say, where's the good in this? Start with whatever you can see, even a small bit of good of divine purpose. Write it down so you will not forget it. Make a note of it. And the next time it comes to mind, think about the situation again and ask to see something more about it and how it is a divine creation, for indeed it is, and how it is serving the awakening. For every experience which you bring forth serves the divine purpose of the awakening. Everything is holy. Look for the holiness. Bless all the good that you can see in it. Write it down. And as you will bless it, as you will acknowledge what wisdom you see, more will be shown unto you, and you will find yourself living more and more in the place of the Most High. Now I speak this to you with great earnestness because you are going to have many opportunities to look upon occurrences and either judge them to be very tragic or to behold them as holy, part of the divine creation of the Holy Child. You will remember my words. You will acknowledge who you are, the power that you are, the true Christ power, and you will remember how to serve the Most High, to come from the place of most high understanding and love. Choose you in every day, in conscious awareness, whom you will serve. Be aware of whom you are serving, the voice of the world or the voice of the Father. Choose you in every day to be the servant of the Most High. So be it. The Council of One. Beloved friend, peace be with you. I am the one known as Jeshua ben Jacob, earthly father to the one you have known as Yeshua, Jesus. I have had the incarnation which you have known me as Joseph, but I have also had other incarnations, some of which have been recorded and some which have not. And I have had the incarnation which you have known me well as Saint Germain. I come to speak with you not in separation, but as one Joseph and as one Saint Germain, for there is now a matter of importance which needs to be addressed. I would speak with you now of the Council of One. The Council of One is made up of ascended masters, much the same as you know your legend of the Knights of the Round Table. In truth, we are knights, and we do meet in council around a non-physical table. The purpose of the council is to watch over the consciousness of this planet, and the consciousness of all other planets and dimensions, for it is the council of one mind. As you have been feeling for some time, this planet is undergoing much of a transformation. It is at the threshold of either stepping into more light or holding back. It is a time of decision. It is a time when those of you who are incarnate are going to be the movers and shakers, the ones who mold the collective consciousness. It is important that you acknowledge it within yourself and you take upon yourself the responsibility and the power. knowing that you are not separate from any of us, as you would call us ascended masters, and as you would look to us as being a great council in the sky perhaps somewhere. It is not that we are apart from you. We are very much within you, and we watch, we walk with you. We counsel with you, and in truth, the ascended part of you is a part of the council of one. For as my son has said to you many times, there is no separation. The council of one is of unlimited oneness, one mind. Not only what you see in this universe to be, but all other universes as well. And there is in truth but one consciousness. As you see yourself to be a point of consciousness, a personality, you have various opinions and you are swayed by certain evidence, usually in the outer, sometimes by intuitive feelings. Sometimes you are swayed to a place that is not of oneness, and this has happened through what you would see a lineage of time to a point where there are many individuals feeling that they have had to defend that which would be their values and possessions, and that they would have to be in opposition to ones whom they would see to be different in belief, aspect, appearance, lifestyle, cultural tradition. As you would abide here and focus what you call your individuality, there is what you can conceptualize as an oversoul. Each one of you, as you see yourself to be individuated energy, has a greater self or an oversoul. And as there is no separation, as you will see your oversoul blending with the oversoul of the one next to you, and next to you, and next to you, and beyond, there is a greater oversoul as a collection in the one mind. Now those of you who are like mind, those of you who have been drawn to mysticism, drawn to metaphysics, which goes beyond the physical elements of the earth and of any other planet, you are the first ones who brought forth creative manifestation. You are the ones who are responding now to the council of one, because it is time. It is necessary. It is time to come alive once again and to speak that which you know, that which you feel deeply within yourself. Not just what you have read, that is good. What you read is a catalyst. But what you truly know deep within yourself, you can speak as the authority because you know it. There have been times when you have felt like the single candle in the darkness. You knew that it could not be extinguished, and yet you felt, I wish there was another candle here. I wish there could be more sharing. It is time to come together, allowing the power of your light and your love to work together to support, sustain, and encourage each other, to hold each other in prayer, in meditation, and to reach out in compassion to meet human needs. When you are in an individualized consciousness, you are focused on what you are doing, or focused within, and your aura surrounds you. But as you are with others of expanded consciousness, the aura expands. You allow that then to intermingle with the other ones. And there is a feeling of upliftment which you know so well, and it is power. It is power to bring about that which the Council of One is now counseling you to do, to come together, to know your energy, and to make that energy known in the world. For you are at a place now where you have deep feelings about choices which are being made. Some of you have given up. You have said, what does it matter? What's going to be is going to be. What can I do about it? I say to you now, there is a lot you can do about it. What do you want to see? Become clear about it. Even write it down in order to become clear about it. What do you want to see in the next 6 months of your timing? What do you want to see in the next year? What do you want to see for your children and your grandchildren? You can envision far enough out for that. But immediately, what do you want to see? Do you want to see ones laying down their weapons and saying, we don't have to fight any longer? Do you want to see ones coming to the place where they can hold out the hand and say, yes, we have different beliefs, but we can discuss them and we can dialogue with each other? You can envision that. It may seem to be impossible when you look with the human mind as the one single candle, but when you allow yourself to know that you are part of the Council of One, and you are, you realize that what you envision will become manifest. Those of you who feel that you are just one small piece of light and that there is nothing you can do, allow that thought to be put aside. We will not battle with that because that only gives it energy. But put it off to the side in a box for a moment and say, what if I could envision the ones who are jealous of each other, the ones who have been taught hatred of each other, the ones who live in fear of each other? What if they could lay down their arms, the judgments, for half an hour, look at each other, even tentatively, and then perhaps with a little more surety to be able to have dialogue one with another? Not to have to agree, but to have dialogue, the same as you do sometimes with your partner. Sometimes you have the agreements to disagree. not to change the other one's point of view, although perhaps you start out that way, but to at least have communication. You can envision that for your world and certain points of turmoil upon your world right now. It is necessary for your world to come alive in a higher vibration, for when you listen to your news media, you have all the news of the heaviness of the world. What you must do is to counteract it with your own uplifted vibration. Do not deny what is going on in the world. It is happening. But you do not have to abide in the possible perspective of tragedy. Allow that to be a truth. But your truth is a higher truth. Your truth is of oneness. Your truth is of enlightenment. You have witnessed Mother Earth providing catalysts in the form of earthquakes and tsunamis to provide opportunity for ones to view the events as tragedy or as the miracles of ones coming together to help one another. Where there has been division, there can be healing even in the midst of chaos. Those of us who are of the counsel of one, as you would understand a concept of counsel, individual ones coming together in counsel, have enjoined me to speak with you about these issues, because there is a light of the dawn, and you are the ones who are heralding the dawn, but you have to be awake to it. The Council of One is in charge of the enlightenment, the atonement, the at-one-ment, the remembrance of atonement. The Council of One is of light, enlightenment, as you all remember in the deepest part of your heart the divine spark of light which you are. Awake, behold the miracles in your midst. So be it. Joseph St. Germain. The Conversation of One. Beloved one, I would speak with you now on the topic of the conversation of one. Now, how does one have conversation with one? There is but one mind. Does it have conversation? Yes, of course it does. It brings forth much of creation, as you have seen, and also much of that which is not created in form, but is created in thought and thought forms, not manifest in what you see to be density. The solar system in which you abide right now was created first in conversation of the one as an idea. The solar system was created in conversation as to how would it be in relationship to all the other solar systems and galaxies in the universe. What would make up this particular solar system? How would a sun, a great star, be birthed, and how would it attract to itself the birthing of the various planets around it? And would there be life on any of the planets or within any of the planets? So there was conversation within the mind of one as to how this would be manifest. And we, as the one, in the council of one, in which you are a part, because there is no separation, thought to bring forth all the galaxies, all the constellations. But in particular, we will speak of this solar system, and this most beautiful star known as your sun, and the most beautiful planet upon which now you reside, called our Holy Mother, the Earth. It was thought to bring forth what you call in a concept an experiment seeded from other constellations. You have heard of the star seeds, yes? You are all star seeds. Every one of the brothers and sisters upon our Holy Mother, the Earth, is a star seed from various constellations with various consciousness, various potentialities. You have seen through what you call linear time the outworking of consciousness of different traits of ones. It is brought to you right now in clarity, the various traits and propensities of various lineages of groupings, and how they view what life is about and how it has to be lived, how it should be lived, how it must be lived. So you have in what you see as the collective consciousness upon planet Earth a melting pot. It is still in the stage of experiment, and there are many of your space brothers in the other constellations who are watching to see how this experiment is going. There are ones of you who volunteered to be part of this experiment, to bring your light, to bring your culture. I will call it culture, but that is not quite the right word, to see how it would all mix. You are watching some of the mixing and non-mixing that is happening right now. Your geopolitical grouping is very much a microcosm of this melting pot. It is a most wonderful gathering of ones of different ethnic backgrounds, different cultures, different generational teachings, a different lineage. You have in this geopolitical grouping the ones who have come from all different places, not only from places on planet Earth, but from other constellations as well, with history embedded in the very cells of the physical body, with history embedded in the subconscious memory. There is much that is being done, generation by generation, to accomplish an integration, and in truth, you are doing very well with it. Although as you will take a slice of time and look at it, you might say, "Heavens, is there any hope for humankind?" Well, yes, there is hope for humankind. You have seen. even in your lifetime, the acceptance, and I will only use a few examples here. There are many more which could be used. Of women in equality, almost with men, where women have now the right to voice their opinions, to use their own name when they are writing. They do not have to take a pen name that is masculine. They can vote in an election and influence what has been decided. You have come a long way in what is termed the civil rights movement, where in previous times if one of darker colored skin were to walk down the street with a lighter colored skinned person, there would be ostracism and even abuse thrown at them. You have seen now the interracial marriage, where it is not thought to be so strange. It is accepted. You are approaching, as a society, the place where there will be, it has not come yet, but there will be, the acceptance of love in varying forms, whether it is the same sex, gender, marriage, partnership, that will come in time. You are as a culture coming, not there yet, but coming to a place of honoring diversity, looking to see the treasure in diversity. For some of you it is easier to see this because you behold the Christ energy of each person. For others there is generational teachings of separation and teachings of judgment. But in time this will change. It has been foreordained by the conversation of one that this will be accomplished at some point in time. The experiment is not finished. It is very much in a process, and in truth, the conversation of one is still conversing with itself to see where this is going to go, because you do not know, I do not know, the one does not know the improv. Only the final goal is known, the final result of the atonement, and that, beloved one, is exciting. The final realization of at-one-ment will come when it is realized by all of the intelligence as they see themselves to be individualized, of all the different constellations and of all the different planets coming to the place of knowing themselves to be Christ energy. Now, can you imagine all the galaxies and all the constellations and all the people, we will call them people, but they take many different forms, coming to the realization of the one mind, the one Christ, in an instant that is within and outside of time? That is why it is so exciting. There will be an ongoingness which continues, and it will be most exciting to see where the realization of the oneness goes after that. The experiment which is happening, the melting pot of all the star seeds which you have volunteered to be a part of, is very much in process and very much on track. The final goal of making the melting pot of all the star seeds work is worth it. For as you will gain techniques, stratagems, methods, understanding of how to work with each other in this melting pot, you will be able to extend that then to the other constellations and galaxies and other planets that do have, yes, intelligent life upon them. There will be a time when there will be an understanding and a coming together as one, even with forms, non-forms, thought forms, in a place of realization, the true realization of one. So what you do in your geopolitical grouping here, and what you do in your relationship on Holy Mother Earth, is important, in that it is going to expand to teach others, because you will know the techniques, stratagems, and understanding. There are other constellations and other life forms and other intelligence that are yet ignorant of other intelligences, as some of your brothers and sisters here are yet ignorant that there could be intelligent life forms in other places. There are other life forms which are quite arrogant, as some of the brothers and sisters who walk the face of our Holy Mother the Earth are quite arrogant in thinking they are the only ones ever to exist. So there is a bit of work cut out, but the conversation of one is said. Let us have this conversation. Let us see where we go with this. Let us see how all the aspects of the one can come to a place of understanding itself, a tall order for many of the aspects of the one yet see themselves to be separate. However, the conversation of one is ongoing. So be it. Dimensions of consciousness. You've heard it said that in my Father's house are many mansions, many realities, many dimensions, and within each reality there are gifts that you put there for yourself. This reality is one of the more challenging ones because you have predicated upon the belief in separation. Bodies are separate, minds are separate, they are not, but this is what the belief system says. With the belief in separation comes the possibility of judging everything, and quite often separated ego finds whatever is being judged to be less than perfect, and yet the Holy Child is the one who has created that experience, so it has to be perfect. When we moved from some of the other star constellations, when we moved our consciousness, our point of focus, to an incarnation upon this planet, this plane, this reality, we created the sun, the one that you now know, and the planets that encircle the sun in order to live, move, play upon the firmament. We created the vast oceans, the mountains, everything that dwells upon and within the planet. And being the adventurers that we are, we wanted to know, how does it feel to be one with my creation? Now, we had done this in other star systems. As we have discussed in previous messages, all our star seeds having come from other constellations, bringing different cultures and beliefs from other star systems. That is why you have in this reality a most wonderful variety of cultures, belief systems, personalities, ways of looking at things. The melting pot of Holy Mother Earth is a most wonderful process. We, wanted to know how it would feel to bring what had come from a lineage of time into what would be conceptually as various starseeds and various cultures and various ways of living. How would it be if you brought a bit from this solar system and a bit from that solar system, etc., and put them all on one planet to live together? As you have seen, you have in your geopolitical grouping ones who have come from many different parts of our Holy Mother the Earth, with various traditions, various cultures, various beliefs. Many times, at first at least, the traditions seem a bit strange, and as you have been evolving in your individualized consciousness, you have been wondering about the treasure of the various cultures. When first we wanted to know intimately the creation, we came and dwelt as the Creator, as the mountain, as the drop of water in the sea, the ocean, as the tall tree, as the small slug that you would find under the rock, as the gnat to see how it would feel. How does it feel to express divinity as a small firefly or a dragonfly? How does it feel to express divinity as one of the tallest trees that lives hundreds of years and watches civilizations evolve and change? In the first dimension, you call where you are now your third dimension, we existed as the minerals and the mountains, just to know the isness. First dimension existed for a very long time, as you can save time to be, and continues to this day. Then there was a wanting to understand second dimension, movement, being able to use vibrations in fluid form rather than being solid and set. Intelligence, yes, always, but different form. In third dimension now you say, okay, I have a body, I have movement, I have intelligence, I have my mind, I use my mind to make choices. You have existed in third dimension reality for a long, long time. You have played with many of the subtleties of third dimension to the extent where you are now saying, there must be something more. I want to know. What more is there? So you read your books, you go to your groupings, you listen to your magnetic recordings, you meditate, and you move through fourth dimension, which is the meditation, to the place where you allow an expansion of self into fifth dimension. That is why you are in the process now of doing Holy Child. You are moving from the constriction of third dimension reality, of space and time with their constrictions and limitations, through fourth dimension, which is the meditative form, the peace, the expansion, into fifth dimension, which is the beholder of all that is. That self, which is in awe of self, capital S, in awe of everything that the Holy Child brings forth to create, to play, to experience, and to express. You abide in fifth dimension for a while, long or short. You go back and forth. We have spoken often that you are the bridge people. You have one foot in third dimension reality so that you understand third dimension reality. But because you want to know what more there is, you have another foot in fifth dimension where you have a different perspective. You are able to stand back from what is happening with no judgment, and what is happening and just to watch, to behold, to see. That is how things fit together. That is why such and such has happened. That is why I am. It is the most awesome place to be, and you visit there from time to time. It is a place of love, a place of awe, a place where you behold, and you begin to take hold of the realization of the Christ, the divine self of you which creates. As you abide in fifth dimension, it is most knowing place, and yet it is still of self, lowercase s, for you still abide events and persons as individuals. But as you abide for a while in fifth dimension, what happens is an expansion of what would be like the blinders on the horse. They are opened farther and farther, so that there is more to be seen, more to be felt, more to be understood. You move then into what is called sixth dimension, which is a lessening of, lowercase s, self, and it moves you very rapidly into seventh, and seventh is where you meet all the other aspects of the one of yourself. That is why you have the saying in your world about being in seventh heaven. It is where you meet all the rest of yourself, and you meet as one. I'm in seventh heaven. I know myself to be individual as the drop of water in the ocean. But I know myself to be you and to be me. I know the oneness. And there is a feeling of completion, wholeness which comes with it. Again, this is a process which, as you understand time, can be lived out in this reality or outside of time in other realities. In seventh dimension, there is a great feeling of togetherness, of joy such as you find with a grouping of friends, ones maybe you have not seen for a long time. And you come together, and there is such a joy of reunion that you are in seventh heaven with them. There is a feeling of oneness that again expands, the same as with sixth dimension, a place where you want to know. What can we do as the one, exponentially with the energy? Where do we go from here? It is not a thought which is consciously contemplated. It is an instant of realization which moves you through eighth dimension, which is like sixth into ninth dimension. You have a saying in your world of being on cloud 9. Have you ever heard that one? Again, a movement, a process unto cloud 9 where you are in concept form, looking at everything from above, from the highest point of view. And so on throughout all levels of dimension, as far as you want to take it. For with cloud 9 you immediately again are collecting, feeling, expanding as the energy of intelligence itself, which moves you into the higher levels of joy. As you bring into your own reality the understanding and remembrance of the One, there is a feeling of joy which cannot be contained, a feeling of wanting to be in service. That is where the masters abide, 10th dimension above. That is why you, as a master, every one of you, have a desire to be in service. You have known all the different dimensions and levels. You came through them very quickly, or not so quickly if you wanted to dwell on one for a while, to a place where you now desire to be in service of some kind to the brothers and sisters. And so you are back as you understand it, incarnating again with physical form in order to play in the sandbox and to walk with the brothers and sisters, to walk temporarily with the cloak of forgetfulness, and yet you do not forget completely because the still, small voice keeps nudging you. Remember who you are. Remember who you are. Now, in truth, what I have described as the levels are just concepts, process, if you wanted to call it process. The human mind likes to play with levels, gradations, but you can move through the dimensions very quickly, even in a day's time. Even in a moment's time, you move very, very quickly from one dimension to another. Wherever you find yourself, in any dimension, level, reality, always you are home. Every dimension, every level contains the essence of home, because you are. So be it. A personal relationship with God. Beloved one, as I speak to you that you are an extension of the Father, come forth into this point of focus, that you are divine, that you are equal masters with me. You are the Christos in expression and in extension. Ones have been saying, you have taken away my God. You have taken away the entity that I have known as God. Who do I pray to now? Who is out there who is going to save me? For many generations you have been taught and you have believed that there is an entity that is going to save you, something greater than yourself. You have said, I am just an individual. I cannot see the whole picture. I do not know what is best to choose. I do not know how to go out. I do not know how to come in. Therefore, there has to be someone greater than I to whom I can pray who will save me. I have said unto you, I cannot save you. First of all, you are not lost. Secondly, I have no more magic powers of divinity than you have, for you have them all. You are all. You have come from the space of allness, of wholeness, and when you begin to contemplate that, you go through a phase of disillusionment, a good place to be, but also a place of confusion, a place of loneliness, a place of, I'm here all alone. If there is no God out there somewhere to save me, if there is no Jesus, no Jeshua to save me, how am I ever going to be saved? You save yourself. But how do I save myself? I do not know enough. I can read all the books, and you do. I can go to all the workshops, and you do. I can speak with the teachers and rabbis and priests, and you do. And yet you still feel confused and lost. For the idea to save yourself is just that at that moment, it is an idea, a nice idea, but you say, how do I do it? I am but one small bit. Now, truthfully, we have spoken to you over and over and over that there is no separation. You see yourself to be individual, yes, because that is what the body tells you. There is delineation of body. There is delineation of personality and abilities and talents. You choose for yourself a certain name, a certain profession. You say, this is who I am. You feel that you are separate in that from others who have chosen another profession or have a body that they activate that is seemingly separate from you. And yet no body is ever separate from another body, because the Christos energy which activates your body is as an aura. You have heard that term, that blends with the aura, the Christos energy of another body. So even the bodies, as they appear to be separate, are not separate one from another. Then you go through a certain phase where you say, if I believe, as Jeshua speaks to me, that I'm an extension of the Father, that I'm an equal master to all the masters I've ever read about, heard about in all my lifetime, if I can even believe there is a lifetime beyond this one or before this one, who then guides me? Who can I talk to? Who has the knowledge, the greater knowledge, who can I pray to? There is a feeling of sadness that comes from the belief in separation. In the beginning, even before there was time, because as I have spoken to you many times, this reality believes in time. But not all realities believe in time. In the beginning, before there was even the thought of time, there was intelligence. There is intelligence. There is awareness. There is consciousness. There is isness. And with that isness came thought, capital T. A thought to experience, to expand, to express, to go into all worlds that could be imagined. We have spoken how you have created the various constellations, and you have played in different ones. When you reached a place of feeling completion with certain experiences on other planets and other constellations, you came, and as a joint effort, for there is no separation, you brought forth our Holy Mother, the Earth. Over a lineage of time, you began to become very identified with the creations to the place where you forgot who created, and with that came a feeling of separation, and a belief that you had to defend that which you had created. You had to defend the body, you had to defend the family, the dwelling place, etc., to the place now where you have much that you call your possessions which you feel you want to keep and perhaps have to defend. If another one wants the possessions and you do not want to give it away, then you have to, in your thinking, defend it. But in the beginning, before the descent into the point of focus of density, you knew yourself to be God. Do not your own scriptures say that ye are gods? Ye have that written in your scriptures even in this day. Ye are gods, you are gods. And when you move from the place of believing that there is a power outside of you that somehow if you pray to it rightly, speak the right words, go to the right church, do the right ritual, this entity outside of you will perhaps intervene and save you. You work through a most wonderful evolutionary phase of thinking. When at first you remove the idea that there can be someone outside of you that is greater than you, there is, as I have said, a period of confusion, a period of adjustment. It is a scary place to be at first, because what you are doing is expanding the image of yourself. You begin, and you have already started to do this, even as you felt that there were separate entities you could pray to. You have begun to expand what you feel reality around you can be, and you pray to all the various masters, guides, teachers, and angels, anyone that you feel is around you that you can pray to. And this is a very good step, but it is just that. It is a step. The next part of the step is to realize, I am they. There is no separation. I am the God that I seek. I, as I understand myself to be individual, am a point of focus. Now we have spoken many times of the soul group, and we have spoken of how you are a point of the soul group, that you are the one who has said, I will go point in this lifetime. I will be the point, and all the rest of the soul group is backing you up. So what you do is you allow yourself to expand your self-image from the lowercase s to capital S. Allow yourself to feel, okay, I am perhaps as big as my aura. Start with that first. I am the godhood of my aura. Then you begin to say, but where does it stop? Is it 4 inches away from the body? Is it 6 inches away from the body? Is it maybe 2 feet, 3 feet? Maybe all the auras overlap, and they do. This is why you, as a sensitive one, can feel energy when you walk into a room. Or even if you do not physically walk into the room, you can feel the energy shifts and changes in your world. There is much that is shifting and changing. You may count it all as good. For in truth, as you till the soil, you have to turn up the rocks. And that is what is happening now. The soil is being tilled for a new crop. And in that tilling, there is going to be much of the upheaval. It has to be so for the new crop to be planted and to grow in a healthy manner. So you're going to feel some of those changes, and you are going to want to know, who? Where is my God? I want to have a personal relationship with God. You have been asking that for a long, long time. You have sought God in the mountains, You have sought God in the valleys, in the trees, and all of nature, forgetting that you are the one who brought forth all the nature in the first place. Your self-image is expanding. You are beginning to understand that the personal relationship with God that you desire is always there, has always been there, does not require that you sing certain hymns or hers, that you do certain rituals, that you go to approved places of worship or worship. You do not have to fulfill any requirements of living so many lifetimes as a servant in order to then say, "Okay, been there, done that, completed. Now I want to be master." You as God are already everything. Allow yourself the personal relationship with yourself. Begin to understand that all of the supposedly separate entities you have prayed to in the past are aspects of you, which they are. You have set certain ones above you. You have said, well, they are wiser than I am. Or you have said, perhaps they are not wiser, but they have a better viewpoint. They can see more of the whole than I can. Therefore, they must know more than I do. So you call them up on your World Wide Web, you type in their name or whatever. You can do this physically with the fingers, you can do it mentally with the masters you revere. Just call them up and say, how does it look from your perspective? You breathe, you allow. You are beginning now to understand your godhood, not your humanhood. That you do not understand either, but that's another topic. You are beginning to understand your godhood, how great you are, and you begin to put yourself personally into that space. If you were to imagine a most wonderful circle of light, a spotlight, and you are standing outside of the spotlight, and in the belief in separation you believe that it is there, you are here, but you would like to be in that spotlight. Well, there is nothing holding you back from moving over into the spotlight. Or if you want, you can do a bit of finger crooking and bring the spotlight over to you. All power is given unto you. So you are now in the spotlight, in the circle, and you begin to understand that the spotlight itself does not have the limitation. As you stand in that spotlight, you begin to feel the radiance of it expand, and you expand in it as well, to the place where you do not know boundary. All you know is the radiance of the Christ, unlimited. You feel yourself personally involved in that relationship because you have placed yourself personally in the middle of that spotlight, and all around you is the personal relationship with God. The more you do that, the greater the understanding of the circle grows in your awareness. Now as you play with that, the God that you have prayed to lifetime after lifetime, the God you have prayed to sometimes you have felt did not hear you, fades into the distance. It becomes as a no thing. It becomes as it truly is, an untruth, because that God, as an entity, is limited. That God, which has been believed in for so long and been put forward by your religious leaders for so long, has never existed. The God that would be judgmental does not exist. When I spoke of God as Abba, as the Father, which meant more than just Father in biological terms, it meant a loving relationship, a relationship which was expansive, all-encompassing, which did not see any faults, which did not see anything except the divinity of the creative Holy Child. I tried to explain as best as could be expected in that time that God is not an entity separate from you. God is in the mountains, yes. God is in the valleys, yes. God is in the trees, yes. God is everywhere. Anywhere you put your consciousness, not even limited to this reality, but anywhere you put your consciousness, anywhere, everywhere, God is and you are. You have a personal relationship because you have chosen now to awaken to it, and you have said, I will personally put myself in the light. I will allow the spotlight to be on me, and I will come to know that spotlight to be all-encompassing and not even limited to what I understand in this moment. It is not even limited to that. I leave it open. We have spoken many times of improv. In the next moment, the next day, you may have a revelation that says, but that spotlight is much more than I ever thought it to be. It takes in all of space. It takes in everything that has ever been thought of or ever will be thought of. It takes in what your scientists and philosophers now call the string theory of energy, where everything that is manifest comes from. Now they have gotten this far with it, that it comes from sparks of energy which are as strings. Some of these strings are as strings that just dangle. Some of them are more as rubber bands. They shift, they change. Your philosophers are not quite sure why they do this, but they have their formulas to prove the strings. The next step, They will understand that the strings move in certain ways according to intelligence, capital I, or thought, capital T. They will have fun proving that. Everything is you. You are the spark of intelligence which has been from before time. I have said that to you over and over, and it is beginning to now find a peg within your consciousness where it can land and hang for long enough that you can mull it over for a bit. There is no separation. You are all. You are an extension of the one Creator. You are divine, and your personal relationship with God is that you are all. If you would know personal relationship with God, put yourself in the light, play in the light, expand the light, and then laugh. So be it. The value of a life. I would speak with you about the value of a life. Now, in truth, when I speak to you of such a topic, names easily spring to mind of ones where you can say, well, I know of famous ones who have had impact upon history, upon the evolution of collective consciousness. Even one Jeshua, whose life teachings, although they have been a bit molded down through the ages, still have impact. There is a whole list of names you can bring to mind of ones to whom you would say, well, there was a life that had value. And this is true. But I will say to you that your life has value, much value. Many of you have asked, why am I here? What am I supposed to be doing? What is my purpose? It is to remember the value of life itself and to be friend, true friend, equal, to recognize the Christ in each one, to be able to have the unconditional love to see in the other one the goodness that perhaps other ones cannot see or have not looked far enough to see. The value of a life is not measured in what goals, as the world would set goals, are met, not achievements, not certificates that are up on the wall. Those are pleasant, yes, but the value of a life is measured by how many ones you have touched and how you've helped feel lighter. Your world right now is going through much that is going through 2,000 years ago, where separation is seen between cultures, where separation is seen between brother and brother, sister and sister, where ones feel that they have to prove that they have more value, more power than others, and where they will wage the violence, the war, in order to prove that at least temporarily they are the rulers and the masters. But it is, as you have recognized, temporary. Your world right now is very much on the threshold of making a shift into light. It is time, and it is time, as you have decreed it, that there be more recognition of friendship, of purpose, of believing in self, lowercase s and also the capital S, and remembering the divine self which has allowed you to play with all the drama of the lowercase s self. Your world is at a place now where it is calling out for light, for you to know the value of your life. So you have come into this lifetime and you have said, okay, Father, send me. I will go one more time into the place that yet believes in darkness, and I will find challenges. But I will see them not as challenges, I will see them as gifts. Because of my seeing, I will allow others to have opportunity to see themselves through my eyes, and to see the potential for remembrance of the good of the light that there is, and to go lightly in the world. You touch everyone and everything that you pass in the journey of a life. There are stories told of my energy that when ones would be in my presence, there was a healing. You have known ones in this lifetime and other lifetimes where if you were in their presence, all illusion of disease and disharmony faded away, disappeared quite magically, because they were attuned to the truth of your being, the truth of their being. They knew the wholeness of the divine holy child, and they knew it to extend where it was energetically possible for others to feel it. You have ones who have what is now called charisma. You have ones who are enthusiastic. They are caught up in theos, in God, in their God nature and your God nature, and they are enthusiastic. When you are in their presence, what happens? You begin to feel enthusiastic. You begin to feel lighter. You begin to feel lifted up. And as you will go through the rest of that day or week feeling enthusiastic, it spreads. The converse of that, of course, is a bit true as well. So watch your thoughts, watch your feelings, and do not place guilt upon yourself if you have what you call a down day or a down moment. Just say, okay, that was a human thought, and let it go, because you have agreed that you will live your humanhood. You will live the life of a human, and you will know the way of the world. You have now what you feel to be leaders of this geopolitical grouping that you feel are either misguided or following their own agenda with no thought for other ones. Now, in truth, they have sincerity of heart. They have started out wanting to make their life impactful in a positive way. But along the way, there have been certain forces that have seemingly been strong, so that they have been influenced to make what you would see and judge to be not the judgments or decisions that you would make. Hear me well. You can influence those decisions, and I will tell you why. Your world is of your making. All kinds of possibilities exist around you at any moment, and you are as a magnet that attracts to itself that which you believe to be possible. Now the other ones, who are not separate from you, but are seemingly separate from you, are playing in their own sandbox, doing their own thing. Everyone else has their own perspective on things, their own world that they move in. But your world is determined by what you want to see, what you believe is possible, what you truly believe is possible. Start out with what feels to be imagination. As you will practice the imagining and allow it to expand, your world has to change. Because you are changing your magnet. You are changing what you attract to you because of what you believe to be possible. Others have different magnets. Others, for whatever reason, play out their own drama. We have spoken of that many other times. But for you, you can influence the leaders because of your consciousness, because of what you believe can happen. Now, your news media wants to give you a lot of information of drama. That is what it is paid to do. It is a separated ego that runs in from the wings onto the stage and says, "Here, look at this, Master. What do you think of this?" Well, your news media does that too. It throws out information to you, and if your magnet says, "Oh yes, that must be true. All of this stuff that I don't really like is happening," then that is the world that you are going to be living in, at least temporarily. But the good news is you can change it. Because you can change your magnet. You can change your belief. I see you doing this because you are interested in something more than what the news media tells you. You are interested in something more than just what the world says has to be. I see you reading. I see you asking questions. I see you looking at your videotapes which allow the mind to expand. I see you in your quiet times of meditation where you are one with nature, where you feel that you are nurturing your magnet. As you will practice nurturing your magnet, nurturing your belief that your world and everything that comes into your consciousness can be as you would like it to be, your world, everything you perceive, begins to change. At first it may seem a bit tenuous. It may feel a bit strange. It may feel like, I'm not sure it's really here to stay. But as you keep on working with the magnet, nurturing it with quiet times, nurturing it with the grateful thoughts, nurturing it with the uplifting reading and talking that you do with other ones who support you, the magnet changes. Then everything around you that comes to your consciousness has to change. You are the master of your consciousness. You are the master of your magnet. You are the master of your world. For so long, generation upon generation, you have been taught that your magnet is already set because of generational teaching. This is the way the world is. This is how people treat each other. And if you are lucky, maybe you will get through life easily and there won't be too many challenges in it. Nobody has ever taught you that you can change your magnet. Nobody has ever said you that you are the master, to place you where you really begin to feel to know it. Yes, you have heard the word said that you create your own reality, but to really understand that all is of energy, you are energy brought into a coalesced form of body, you have never felt that to the place of knowing. The body of light coalesced into form because of your intention to have form. Everything is energy. As you go along, you pick up with your magnet what you believe you can attract. You have proved to yourself, sometimes most miraculously, experiences which happen. You say, well, how could that happen? Hey, that's really great. Where'd that come from? It came from a subtle change in what you believed your magnet could attract. For so long you have gone through lifetimes buying what was the common denominator, the lowest common denominator, because that is what was believed in. And for many, many lifetimes there has been the still small voice within you that has said, but there must be something more. I do have hope. So what you do now with the magnet, you begin to understand that you can and do attract to yourself that which you believe to be possible. And as you are now expanding what you will allow in as a possibility, probability, and then reality, you nurture the magnet, you nurture yourself, and you begin to see miracles all around you. You begin to say, this life has value. Every life has value. As you will nurture the magnet, as you will nurture and understand the law of attraction and the law of energy, you will begin to see that there are no thing, no circumstance that you cannot change. You have attracted to yourself that which you are experiencing. At the same time, I have seen you. When you are in the midst of experiencing something, you get to judging it. You are very good at judging, but allow. Stand in the place of the beholder. Play with possibilities. Whenever the world presents to you that which seems to be fixed and stuck, say, okay, I see the appearance. Now how can I see this anew? If it is energy, and I assure you that it is, it can be changed. Energy has to flow. It is always flowing. And if it is flowing, it is going to change. You are energy, and you are flowing. You are changing. Circumstance around you are changing. Allow yourself to play with possibilities. Be outrageous in your thinking of possibilities. Take off all the limitations of, well, I can't do that because I don't have enough golden coins. I can't do that because I'm too old. I can't do that because nobody in my family has ever done that. I can't do that because, etc. Say, well, if I could do that, how would it feel? What would the first step be? If all the limitations were taken off, where would I start with this? Then a miracle does happen, because you see that the first step is possible. So you take the next step, and as you step out of what is called faith, the next stepping stone is provided in front of you. As you change your magnet, and as you change your world around you, you have impact on others, magnets as well. You do not set out to do it because I'm going to change your magnet, but because you are changing your own belief system, and because your life starts to take a different direction, others take notice. You have much power that is yet to be tapped, to be understood, to be remembered. One of the most wonderful teachings, experience that I had was the Masters in the Far East, where this was explained to me. First in concept form, as I've just now presented you with the concept of the magnet. It was presented to me not exactly as a magnet, but it was presented as energy. Like attracts like. You've heard that. And then to play with. What if I want to attract the hummingbird to me? I believe it is possible. You send out an energy wave of welcome, of attraction, of knowing, of belief, of expectation. You practice, perhaps small things first, or big things. You do have impact, even on what you see to be distant from you. As you do that, you are changing your magnet, and you are changing others indirectly. As I said, you do not sit down and say, I'm going to have impact on your magnet. I'm going to change you. You change your own magnet, your own world, your own perception of your world, and you call it good. Why do you have that saying in your Holy Scriptures that God created, which He did, and called it good? It is because nurturing the belief system, the magnet, allows you to understand that all is good. All is of divine making. But for so long, no one has told you that to a place where you could hear it, to a place where you actually took it and started to use it, to prove to yourself that I can change my magnet. I can change that which I attract to myself. You change yourself. You change your world by changing the magnet, and you can and do attract to yourself that which you believe to be possible. Each and every one of you has more value than ever you've been taught or told or even remembered. Each and every one of you is a success story walking on 2 feet. You have made lemonade out of the lemons, I suppose, and the future may require more lemonade. Each and every one of you is more valuable than ever you've ever contemplated. And each and every one of you is so needed at this time and so loved at this time that God has given you to this world. For God so loves this world that He gives you to know your value and to be the light. Go forth now as the light, the sunshine of everyone's life. So be it. Trust, living the simple life. Beloved one, you can relax and know that the divine self of you is participating in a plan that you have agreed to. You may not know it consciously, but you have agreed to it, and it is a most divine plan. It is a plan which brings forth the remembrance of all that you are, all that you have ever been as you measure time, and all that you will ever be even beyond the concept of time. You have devised a plan for each lifetime. You have devised an overall plan for what you see yourself to be as an individual, and also for the collective consciousness. Right now, the collective consciousness of your world is going through much of upheaval. On every front, practically, you can see the issues, and they're becoming clear and clear in contrast. We spoke some years ago that you would be seeing many things coming to light, and had up to that point, and up until now, been swept under the figurative carpet, and ones did not want them to come to light. But your news media is ferreting out and presenting for you on a silver platter many issues where ones have thought they could use temporal power and enjoy it to their own benefit, not caring how it might affect other ones. Now much is coming out into the light, so that ones have opportunity to look, not in judgment, but to behold what is happening, and then to step back even farther to the place of a beholder, where you can see how everything fits into the divine plan of the at-one-ment. When you know that you have been before time began, and that you will continue, and you will, after the purpose of time has been fulfilled, there comes a trust and a knowing and a peace, that even in the midst of all the chaos that you can make for yourself, and you do, just for the drama of it, even in the midst of all that chaos that you can make for yourselves, there is peace, and there is reason for everything that happens. You are great creators. You have created, even before this reality, other realities where you have played, where you have been other life forms, intelligence which took on other forms and danced in the heavens. Then you decided, how about let's make a firmament, and we'll dance upon the firmament. Let us see how it feels to be the tree which will live 2,000 years and more. Let us watch civilizations as they come and go. Let us watch from a place, which you call in your concept the space brothers. Let us watch from that intelligence how the ones in this reality conduct their affairs. Let us wait for an opportune moment to come to speak with the ones. As you know, there has been communication with what are called the ETs, the UFOs. You have wondered, can we be the only intelligent, inhabitable planet? In all of the stars that I see in the heavens, can this one planet be the only one with intelligent life upon it? Then you have said, no. There have to be other places as well where there's intelligent life, and at some point I know that I will have contact. Not only will you have contact, but you will have remembrance that you have lived in the other constellations. You have played in the other constellations. You are the ones who have created the other constellations, for you are the extension of the one creative thought. And being the extension of creativity, you create anything you can imagine, much more. You are coming to a place now of acknowledging the truth, a place now that allows you to give more value as you understand yourself, more value to yourself. In other words, you are not just a mere personality living out this one lifetime, but you are part of a vast web of consciousness. As you have the courage to do the improv, to skip ahead a few pages, to change the scripting a bit, everything else has to readjust itself, including your leaders and all that what you had thought they were playing with. All of that has to change and does change because you have changed. Now a quiz. We have talked many times about this. What is the underlying reason? Why, if you make a shift within yourself, does it affect other ones and make a shift in them? Because there is no separation. There is only oneness. To live life as the one has been the knowingness from the moment there was thought to create. For in the moment when the thought came to create, there was a knowing of oneness, before time, so it is hard to speak in concept of time. In truth, there was a flow of creative energy as one, a flow, if you will, of intelligence, which began to branch out as rivers sometimes do. Then the farther away from the first creative thought of, what can we create? The farther out on the branches one seemed to be, so a particular branch may say, well, I'm not the same as this other branch, and I'm certainly not like that branch. I mean, look, we're different. But are they? They are from the same source. You are one, all one and yet multidimensional as the creative one which you are. I speak this to you many times in different ways in order to get you up off your rear end and to know how wonderful you are. The potential that you are is astounding. Even the potential that you bring forth in a lifetime is but the tip of an iceberg of who and what you are. Most wonderful being, never put yourself down. Always believe in the best of yourself and of others, and believe and know and trust in the atonement. The realization of at 1 month, because in time, that, I guarantee to you, is going to be realized. Allow yourself to live the simple life, to trust, to know that truly you are one, and that all is working together for the atonement. Now, we speak of trust. It has the subtle connotation of something that is going to happen in the future. In other words, I trust that everything is going to work out okay. Trust is a very good first step. It allows you maybe the first rung on the ladder or the first step, and it takes a bit of the discipline to choose to trust. Because in the next moment, the world may bring you something and ask, "Oh yeah? How do you feel about this?" You take that deep breath and you trust that everything is in divine order as it is. Then you can move from that place of trust, which is a willingness, a decision, if you will, to the place of knowing your power to live the simple life, living moment to moment to moment. Knowing that always, when you put your foot out for the next step, there is going to be the next stepping stone. Trust, as I have said, is your first decision. I trust that there is going to be a stepping stone when I lift my foot, and I'm going to put it down somewhere. I trust. But then you come to a place where you just go because you know that whatever you need is going to be provided for you. You are divine. You are the creative principle in action. Therefore, how could you not be taken care of? How could you not be loved? You are loved with a love which is greater than any human understanding. It is the love which flows from before time began. The love which allows you to activate the body, to activate the mind. The love that is your true being. You live and move and have your being in that love. For so long you have been taught that you have to struggle to prove your worthiness, that you have to make the right decision, that you have to live up to perhaps the parents' expectation, the peers, whatever your profession could be, etc. For so long you have been taught that there is a little piece of you that is not quite perfect yet, no matter how hard you have worked on it. I tell you now how loved you are. You are a most beautiful, radiant being. I have seen you move through what you would see to be the heavy energy obstacles, heavy judgment of self and others, until you came to a place where you began to laugh at yourself, and to see how seriously you were taking yourself. And you came to the most wonderful place of laughter about self. It is a most healing place. When you can take the deep breath and behold, when you can stand back and laugh at yourself, know that you are healed. Laughter is the great healer, because it says, "I love myself enough to laugh at myself." Wonderful human being that I am, I can laugh at myself, and it changes the energy around you. So first, you trust. You have the willingness, the discipline to say, "I choose to see things differently. I choose to trust that everything is in a divine order, even if I don't see it. Even if I can't see it at this moment, I trust." And then I move into the place of the simple life, the joy of just being, knowing that always I am taken care of. You have always been taken care of, and you can live in that knowing. It is the simple life. Do not worry about where you are going to lay the head each evening. There will be a place. If there's not a place in a dwelling place, there's a soft grass under the stars. Whatever you need will be provided for. If you need shelter, there will be the tree that will give you a shelter, perhaps a cave where you'll find shelter, perhaps a friend will offer shelter. Always you will be taken care of. Do not worry about what you are going to put on with respect to raiment. Always you will have the clothing that you need. Always you will have what you need because you are that which you are. You are that which you need. You supply that which you need as you go through any lifetime, any dimension, any reality. Always you have been taken care of. So allow yourself to live the simple life. Take no thought for the morrow, not the worrisome thought. Yes, you may do a bit of planning as far as the world sometimes asks you to do, make arrangements ahead, but you will find that easy to do. Take no worrisome thought. Take no thoughts as how long you are going to live, how you are going to live, where you are going to live. Truly, it matters not. What does matter is how you live in the attitude of life. No need to worry about the golden coins, no need. You have come through that place, the valley of the shadow of death, where you felt that everything was heavy and pressing in on you, and it surely had meant death, at least to the happiness. But then you came out of the valley and you looked up, and what did you see? The most beautiful splendor of the mountains which you created. As you create the valley, so you create the mountains. As you create even what seems to be troublesome, you also create the solution. Live the simple life. choose to trust, and then let go even of the trust and know the power of just being. So be it. The year 2012. Beloved one, I wish to speak with you now about some of your most recent prophecies. You have had prophecy that by the year 2012 there is going to be a great shift, and that everything will be changed. Even our Holy Mother, the Earth, the planet, will be turned upside down. You have wondered what is going to happen in next years. As it is seen now, some of the years are going to be tumultuous. There will be lots of changes that you are going to want to sit with and ask for the expanded view. I want to see with holy vision. What is the whole picture of what is going on here? And there are going to be residual changes, because as you change one thing, it affects a lot of other things. There is going to be a bit of a domino effect on a larger scale. Your scientists have come up with a most wonderful concept, a configuration of reality as they see it, and it is likened unto what you would see as a box spring of a mattress. Know you the box spring of a mattress and how the coils are connected one to another, and you have various levels. You have a top level and you have a bottom level. You have the coils in between, and the coils are connected to each other, so that if you put weight on the one side, there is going to be an effect felt on the other side of the coil springs. You have in this reality many layers of reality, and they are all connected, no separation, all connected. So if you have a thought, it will ripple through the coils of all the layers in what you understand to be time. Now in truth, it is instantaneous. But as you understand, even to speak instantaneous, that speaks of time, at least a fraction of the time. You have some who are thinking to move into a new way of consciousness. They are the ones who are ready to ascend in consciousness, ones who are ready to move into the awakening, ones who are ready to behold the divinity of everything. Those ones are going to be experiencing the rapture, but not the way the religious philosophical ones have defined it. Those ones, and they are you, are going to be seeing the good in everything that happens. They are not going to deny the world and the world happening, but there is going to be, and is already, a new perception with ones who are willing and wanting to see with holy eyes that which is truly happening. As those ones begin to see with the holy eyes, there is an effect that is felt in all the other layers of this reality and all the connections. That will filter across, down, back up again, etc., and is happening all of the time. As you have a thought to see something differently, as you have a desire to move into a place of joy, that affects all others to some degree. It is, as I have said many times, that you put forward an opportunity for all the bed springs to move and respond. Now, not all of the bed springs are going to move at the same time. Some of them seem to be most resistant, and it may seem that it may take another lifetime or 2 or 3 or 10 before one of the bed springs decides to feel the effect. That is okay. Your ancient philosophers who made up the time measurement, call the calendar, were ones who were already at place of, I will call it higher consciousness. And yet that is a concept. They were at a place where they were understanding that they were creators of the reality. They were understanding that they are one with all that happens now or in the past or in the future. So they stopped at a certain year because there was not need for them to see beyond that year, because they realized that all is now anyway, so why go on measuring that which is always now? So the mystery of the year 2012 has come down through the generations, down through the years to you, as a mystery, and also as a certain sword over the head that said of a certain point in history, the sword is going to descend. But their realization had nothing to do with judgment. It was because they understood all time is now, and there's no need to keep on counting years. However, many of the other layers of the bedspring are going to still hold a time. So you are going to see the year 2013, 2015, 2020, etc., as some will keep on measuring time. There is not going to be a cataclysmic event that is going to happen in 2012 and everything stops, but it is going to be as it has been for eons of time, an evolution, a gradual process where ones are coming to the place of understanding who they are, how divine they are. There are, as it is seen now, going to be the events where ones who are in power are going to feel their foundation a bit shaky. And some of you are wanting to see changes, and you know that these changes are going to be widespread changes, because if you change just a small part of it, it changes the whole picture. As I have said, there is a ripple effect that goes out. So by the year 2012, the energies of the bed springs at one corner are going to be felt throughout all the coils of the bed spring. and the changes that you have prayed for, the changes you have asked for within yourself and that are in the process right now will be manifest. You are not going to cease activating the body. You are not going to be taken up into spaceships off somewhere with someone else solving all your problems. But you are going to have clear vision. Already this is happening. In truth, the changes that have been predicted and foretold for the year 2012 will be quite obvious even before that time. You are the one who has said, I understand now how free I am to make my reality that which I want it to be. I am not the product of my parents. I am not the product of my peers. I am not the product of my co-workers or my employer. I am my own person. I am not the product of my mate or any relationship. I am my own person. And I have called to myself all of these experiences for the sheer experience of knowing creativity and delighting in creativity. Sometimes separated ego said, I don't believe it. I have heard you say that from time to time. I don't believe it, whatever is happening. And that is good, because you do have a choice. Whenever anything happens, you do not have to believe it. When first reaction comes and you say, I don't believe it, what you are truly saying is, I don't see the whole picture. When you do see the whole picture, you understand how each part comes from the divinity of the whole and leads to the awakening. So that which you have had as a prophecy, and you have been waiting for, the great shift, capital letters, wait no longer. Allow yourself to know that you do not have to wait until later when everything is turned right. It is already right. It is just that sometimes you do not see the whole picture of how everything fits together. It is a very human, habitual reaction to have judgment of specific issues, not being able to see the whole picture. When I was a lad, I saw interrelationships at a certain level. I knew jealousy of my cousin John, the one you know as the Baptist. We were good friends. We grew up together. But I knew envy. I knew jealousy. I could see at times frustrations with myself or things, because I had agreed, as you have, to know human experience. So there were times when, yes, I was frustrated with what I could think, learn to do with the body. I knew impatience. I understand the human emotion. But as I grow in years, and as I had opportunity to study with other ones who had also gone through the process of finding all the human emotions and working past them, as I had the opportunities as you had to walk with masters who have had revelations, I began to remember holy vision. Once you have had a bit of experience, you begin to understand how everything works together for the atonement, for the realization that all is one. If you will receive it, all is the great cosmic bedspring, all is connected. So you do not have to wait for someone else to fix it. You do not have to stand in a certain place of subtle fear that perhaps all of the changes are going to be cataclysmic. The volcanoes are going to spew forth. The tsunamis are going to wash away the coastlines. The earthquakes are going to heave up parts of the geographical landmass. There are going to be many of the brothers and sisters who are going to release the body, and only a few of the chosen ones are going to be left. It is going to be as it has been, a gradual and yet speeded up process of evolution, a gradual and yet speeded up process of awakening, because the top layer, and again, to speak of levels in that way, top and bottom, is not right. It is part of the concept, because you can easily flip the bed springs, right? So that which is on the bottom is now on the top, etc. So there's no judgment in this. But the ones, we will take just for an example, on the top level of the bed springs are ones who are making the shift already. You are making the shift already and have been for some time, as you wrestled with all the individual challenges of body-mind that came along. You have been in the process of making this shift that everyone is waiting for and wondering about, and you are already doing it. That is the good news. Now, I am sorry if my message to you has taken away a bit of the titillation that comes with the prophecy that the great shift is going to happen in the year 2012 or 2010, and that there are going to be forces outside of you who are working to make this happen. How could they be outside of you if there is no separation? You are not pawns, and there is no power outside of you. There are not entities outside of you who are controlling your destiny. That is a great drama to play with, to think, oh my goodness, there are powers greater than I who are controlling my destiny. There are evil forces, the powerful ones, who are fighting against the good ones. That idea has sprung from the soil of separation and duality. And it is fun to play with because it gets you excited about, what can happen? But it is not the truth, capital T, of your being. So I'm sorry if this message does not go along with some of the other messages you have been given that have made you worry. Where should I go? What should I do? Who's going to win this battle? Is it going to be light over dark? The leaders who are in power now, are they going to have they set up a dynasty that I cannot understand and I cannot change, that I have no power over? You are not pawns. You are masters. Hear that well. In every moment you have choice. In every moment you affect the coils of the bedspring. Everything is related. All is energy. Your scientists have already come to acknowledge that all is energy, and behind energy is thought. That is where you stand powerful, because you think. You have creative thought. You bring forth your reality as it passes and it changes. So play with that for a while. Enjoy your power, because truly, it is not the power of the world. As you have seen, that comes and goes. Ones are chosen to be leaders, and they are most happy. How long does that last? 15 minutes, they say? The 15 minutes of glory, or perhaps a few years. In the end, they cease the breathing and cease the body. World power is temporal. But your power is the power of choice, the power of thought, the power of the Creative One. The shift which has been prophesied has been the prophecy from you. In other words, you have brought forth prophecy in order to work with all of the nuances of what could this mean? And so you have said, this shift is going to change everything. It is going to be cataclysmic. Everything I've ever known and trusted of the known reality is going to be turned upside down and changed, and I just hope I am going to survive it. I have heard you pray to me subtly and sometimes not so subtly. I want to be the servant of love, therefore save me. I do not want to be left behind. I do not want to be covered by the tsunami. I do not want to be standing on a zipper when it unzips. I do not want to be in a place where the body is threatened. Save me. I cannot save you. You do not need saving. Furthermore, I do not have the power to save you. We are equals. We are all the divine extension of the one Creator. Let us, gods that we are, acknowledge the shift that is happening and call it good. So be it. Celebrities, presidents, and worthship. For some decades now, your news media have given you idols, stars, famous persons to watch and worship as if they would be above you somehow. There is a fascination to know what they are doing, where they have been seen, who they are mating with, etc. There has been a tendency in human thought to hold above you the presidents and leaders, kings and queens of the time, priests and rabbis, and to think that they hold power over you. You have worshipped them sometimes as being all-knowing, even presuming them to be divine. You have recreated that scenario many times in your human history. I would speak with you now about the true meaning of worship, and why there has been, down through the ages, a calling within you to worship. For truly, there is a calling deep within you to which you are responding, a calling deep within you which recognizes there is something more than what you see yourself to be as the individual, something more than what you see as the world around you and all of its activities. In what you would call ancient times, there was a calling to worship the god, goddess, the force of nature, anything which was not understood or anything which perceived to be greater than you. And down through the ages you have kept certain objects of worship, and certain concepts are still held even today. You have imbued your leaders and your famous ones with qualities which you think they might have, or ones which you hope they might have, and when it is found that they have feet of clay, that they have faults, you judge them harshly. True worship means to recognize worth, for indeed your word worship is a shortened form of worthship. Look it up in your book of words, of meanings. It comes from the root meaning the same as worth or value. Now for a long, long time you would worship that which you saw worth beyond yourself, not recognizing it within yourself, and perhaps not seeing too much of worth in the brothers and sisters, except the ones who would claim themselves to be next to God or next to me, in a hierarchy that placed them a bit higher than you and in connection with God. For the last 2,000 years in your timing, I have been placed upon a pedestal by many of you. Now, not all who are activating the bodies and walking the face of the earth hold to this lineage, but many have placed me far above themselves, seen me as the very Son of God, which I am, and putting themselves down, not understanding that we are truly brothers. Have I wanted to be worshipped? Yes, but not in the way of duality, which would say that I am above you and separate and far off from you. I want to be worshipped as you now are coming into the understanding of worshiping yourself, of knowing equality, and not an equality that would take me down from the right hand of God the Father, but rather would raise you up. Now it is time to worship with true understanding, to worship yourself as well as me. Yes, I do want to be worshipped, in that I want you to understand and recognize and realize my true worth as the holy child of the Father. But I want you also to recognize your true worth and to raise yourself up in that understanding and realization. And by raising yourself up to that realization, then to extend to all other brothers and sisters, those activating the human form, those activating the animal form, the plants, the trees, everything that is of life. There is a recording within your scriptures where I spoke to a woman at a well, and we spoke about worship, John 4:19 through 24. When she remarked that her forefathers had worshipped in the mountain rather than in Jerusalem, I said to her, "Woman, believe me, and I say this to you now, for you are awakening. The hour cometh, when you shall neither in this mountain, nor yet in Jerusalem worship the Father. For at that time it is believed that it was necessary to go to a sacred place, such as a mountain, or such as Jerusalem, in order to worship. It is the same in this day and time when many will believe that they must go to a church, a synagogue, a religious place in order to worship. But I say unto you that you can worship the Father out of the water, out on the golf course, out in nature, even in your workplace. Think about that for a moment. God the Father, when I use the word Father, I used a word which is not in your language today. I used the word Abba, which strictly translated meant Father. But as you know, words have many nuances of meaning, and the word Abba, a most wonderful word that carries with it much love, meant the source of all, the loving point of creation, of beginning, the parent, yes, the father, yes, but more than what you would see just as a father. Abba carries with it the meaning of allness, the source from which you have sprung as an extension even unto this day and time. When you read the word God in your scriptures, substitute the word Abba. When you read the word Father in your scriptures, substitute in your mind the word Abba, and know that it means much more. It is not a strict translation. To continue, I said unto her, Believe me, the hour cometh when you shall neither in this mountain, nor yet in Jerusalem worship the Father. You worship you know not what. This has been true for a very long time. There is a deep feeling within one to worship. It is indeed the feeling of wanting to come home. It is the feeling of wanting to awaken. It is the feeling of wanting to realize truly who you are. That feeling has led to a perceived need to worship that which you would see to be beyond yourself, better than yourself, more than yourself. And down through the ages, worship then has taken many forms, many ceremonies, many rituals, much of it coming from a sense of separation. But the motivation for worship has come from the deep inner desire to know your allness, to know your source, to know and realize your true being. For so long you have worshipped that which you know not. But the hour cometh, and now is, when the true worshipper shall worship the Father in spirit and in truth, for the Father seeketh such to worship him. Now, the Father does not go out as a parent trying to find the child so that the child may worship him. Abba does not go out seeking you to remember him and to worship him as something beyond and above and greater than you. But Abba does go out as an energy field, as a magnet. That is a good analogy. Seeking you in your heart of hearts to respond to that magnetic energy, to awaken, and to worship truly. In other words, to come to the true understanding of your worth. To worship him, yes, to recognize and know the worth of Abba, but also to know your worth as an extension of that dynamic, expanding energy. The isness characterized, as we have spoken many times, by the concept of love. God is spirit, and they that worship him must worship him in spirit and in truth. Now when it is spoken that God, Abba, is spirit, it means that it is energy beyond what is known in this plane. That is why the word spirit was used. It meant that which is beyond what is known here in this reality. For you speak of the spirits of the loved ones who have gone on. You speak of the spirits of the guardian angels. You speak of the spirits of the ancestors. You speak of spirits as being beyond this plane of reality. Abba, God, the Father, is spirit and must be worshipped in spirit. In other words, you must recognize the true meaning in order to worship Abba. You must recognize that which is beyond this reality. You must catch a glimpse of how extended, how unlimited it is, and recognize the worth of that unlimited extension to the place where there is great, great awe and celebration. That is true worship. All other worship is a vain ritual. – All other worship is empty words based on false, limited belief. You have come through lifetimes, even in this lifetime, of knowing ceremonies and rituals where you would say over and over the correct words, and yet you did not feel your heart was touched or open. When you come to a place of true realization of your worth, when you come to a place of the true realization of what it means to be an extension of Abba, then you live in worship. Your life becomes a daily activity of worship, not having to go down on the knees and to worship in that way, but beholding the Christ in everyone. True worship, then, becomes a way of life, an ongoing understanding of true worth. It is not just something that you do on one day of the week, one day of the month, one day or two out of the year, which are set aside as a sacred holiday. It is what you do in every day as you begin to realize who and what you are, beloved and wonderful child of the Father. When next you behold or think about your celebrities, your presidents, and your leaders, behold the Christ in them. You may or may not agree with their choice or behaviors, but you can and must agree with knowing the Christ at work. Everything serves the atonement, patience and love especially. Render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's, then go beyond that to see the expanded wholeness of divinity. Applaud the drama, award your commendation of the worth of each individual, and then walk on in love. So be it. Metaphysical paranoia. I would speak with you now about the power of divine innocence and joy, and the subtlety of worldly paranoia. Beloved one, my message to you today is the same as it was 2,000 years ago. It will always be the same, that you are the extension of the one Creator, and that you are whole and holy, and that all that is asked of you is what you ask of yourself. All you need do is to live in the remembrance of who you are as simplicity and joy. Now, the world, as you have seen, does not want to accept that. The world says, yes, but there must be tests and trials. You have to pass certain rules and regulations and gradations of everything in order to be worthy. You have already done that by being, just by being alive. And you are alive, are you not? You are worthy to live in joy. All it takes is a shift in perception, and it is a choice. You are free to make that choice. What are you waiting for? You do not need anyone's permission to make that choice, to change your life, to change your perspective, to know that you are already whole, that no matter how many years you have garnered to yourself, you are still young in spirit. That spirit goes before you as the youngster always. The spirit is ready for a new chapter every day. The spirit is who you are. The body is the tool that you use. As you will be in a place of joy with the body then is allowed to do its natural thing, not to have stresses placed upon it, not to have constriction in certain areas where there is resultant pain, but to live in the simplicity of joy. Now, 2,000 years ago, I gave that message, and I was thought to be and was called a fool. Life could not be that easy. One said, look, I have to till the soil. I have to provide for the small ones. The Romans are coming. I have to pay my taxes, where I'm going to find the golden coins for the taxes, etc., etc. There would be a long list of all the wrongs of the world, same as today, and yet, where are you now in this new moment? You are right here. You are clothed, you are fed, you are safe. You are within a space where even if Mother Nature wanted to rain upon you, even a heavy downpour of the rain, you would not be soaked unless you wanted to go out and stand in it, which I do suggest. It is fun to do, very cleansing, very invigorating to be in Mother Nature, to know that truly you are the one who is creating the downpour of rain and the lightning and the thunder. You are the one who is creating it all so that you can enjoy it. And yet I see so many of you run and hide when there is rain and when there is lightning and thunder. Or even if you go out in it, you have to have the protection over the head. Why? Allow the crown chakra to have a bit of the energy of Mother Nature, of nature itself. You can come inside later and dry off if you want to. You do not have to carry the protection above you known as an umbrella. You can go out and be as a small child, the innocent, natural child that truly you are. That truly you have been, if you have been lucky enough in this lifetime to fashion in that way for yourself, so that you had some years of being able to run out barefoot on the grass in the middle of the storm, and the parents did not say to you, oh, watch out, be careful, come back in. The natural child knows that everything is for his or her enjoyment. So I suggest to you, the next time you have a bit of a shower outside, you don't have to stand inside to have your shower, run outside. Take your bar of soap with you if you want. Enjoy. Everything is here for your enjoyment. Over eons of time, you have played the drama that there could be power outside of yourself that was stronger than you, that you had to defend that which was yours, that you had to defend the body. You had to even defend your own belief system, your own opinion of something. Just allow. The keys to living in the kingdom, the keys to the awareness of the kingdom are, first of all, the desire to live in the simplicity and joy of the kingdom of the Father. That place. And it is not a physical, geographical place, but a space, a state of mind, a state of being, that place of innocent joy. It starts with a desire, a willingness, and a choice to be in that space. It is as easy as choosing. Now, of course, separated ego will present you the other side of things. It will come running and say, yeah, but have you considered X, Y, and Z? Separated ego is a companion which you have concocted throughout many generations of time to show you the other side of things, and then you can decide where you want to be. Have the desire to live in simplicity. Have the desire to make a choice to live simply, knowing that you are always taken care of. For is not the Father aware of every sparrow? Does not the Father know the number of hairs on your head? Does not the Father know how to take care of you? By speaking that the Father knows how to take care of you, I do not mean separation. You are the Father in expression. And you do know how to take care of yourself always, otherwise you would not be here in this life. You would not be having another lifetime experience. You know how to provide for yourself. Sometimes you enjoy the drama of thinking that perhaps there is something to watch out for, the drama of perhaps they have more power than you do, perhaps they are going to do something that is going to be harmful. There is no one beyond you. There is no they. They is you. The idea, the thought, the belief that there could be something outside of you which would have more power has come from eons of time ago when the first thought of separation occurred, when the first thought that perhaps I am not in the kingdom of my Father any longer. You know, as I look around at life, life is a struggle. I have to run into the cave to be safe. We have spoken of how in ages past, with the creation of Holy Mother Earth, the mountains, the rivers, the streams, the great oceans, the trees, the plants, the flowers, when you made all of the creations and you rested and you called it all good, you knew that you were in the stream of consciousness of creation. Then there came to be, as you saw the gradualness of the rising up of the mountains, and the gradualness of the changing of landmass as you changed it by thought, the concept of time. And over time there came an identification with whatever you had created, whatever you saw in front of you as your creation. When you created the body, at first it was very light. That is how you have your idea now of apparitions and your depictions of angels. It was light itself, and then it became light coalesced into amorphous type form. As time progressed, as you understood lineage of time, there was more and more density and more identification with the density of form, and more belief in separation, which brings to where you are now. You are turning it all around, and you are, in truth, ascending. You have descended into matter, into the identification with matter. You are now ascending out of that belief system, albeit as you reckon time, it seems to take a while, to the place where you begin to understand that you are the Spirit. You are the light that activates the body. You have looked upon the deceased body, and you have seen how it is lifeless, and there is not the spirit or the energy around it to activate it. You have looked upon the life form as it dances, and you have seen how energetic that life form is, and how energetic the spirit is. You know the difference, and you are beginning now. In fact, you have started a long while ago in this process to ascend, even to the place where there will be the physical ascension. We have spoken of that before, that you have known in other lifetimes the high revelation of truly ascending the body. But that, in truth, it was no big deal. In other words, you have been taught that only ascended masters, only masters who are truly enlightened, can ascend. Well, this is true. They know themselves to be the light, which is why they are ascending or have ascended. However, you are in a process of ascending even as we speak, because you are shedding a lot of the old belief system that life has to be heavy, that life has to be a struggle, that they have some power over you to do harm. You have many messages which come to you in this day and time, prophecies, channeled messages that come on a silver platter, as would be, to let you see what drama you would consider. You have belief systems that they are putting harmful things in your drinking water, so you should not drink the water. You should get it out of a bottle. Bottled water is much safer. I ask of you, where did the bottled water come from? Same source ultimately as the ordinary water. But there is a belief that the time that the water comes through the municipal working, it has probably been tainted somehow. So you should not drink the local water that comes out of the faucet, as you call it. A most wonderful invention to have running water in the house. In our day and time, 2,000 years ago, we had to go to the well, draw the water up from the well. Sometimes we had to walk miles to find the well in the first place, and then to draw the water and to carry it to wherever we were camping or wherever the dwelling place would be. Nowadays, you turn on a little handle and the water comes running out and you say, "Oh no, I can't drink that." I ask of you, where is your belief in the holiness of you? You say, well, they are flying over our skies and they are raining upon us chemicals that are going to be harmful to us. And as time goes on, they are going to put more of the chemicals into the streaks that goes across the sky. They are going to be, it is always they, are going to be doing us harm in one way or another. And you have messages that come to you and say, watch out for, to the place where you're almost afraid. I've seen this happen, afraid to take a breath. There are ones of the brothers and sisters who go about with the breathing mask upon their nose because there might be something in the air which would be harmful to them. There is nothing out there that you have not created. If you have created it, you can call it good. You do not have to feel that they have power over you to threaten you with anything, even if you want to hold the drama. Now, I agree with you that drama has its place because it makes you feel alive. If you are dealing with drama, you know well that you are alive, and you hope that you are going to keep on being alive, especially if the drama is right up in your face. So drama has its place. It allows the adrenaline to start running through the body. It allows the vibration and truth to raise up a bit, because you get quite excited about something. If you want to hold the belief that there can be something that would be threatening to you, then I say unto you, get out your holy cross and bless it all. And know that truly you are the master of everything, and nothing can come nigh your dwelling place which would threaten you. Your dwelling place is the holiness of spirit, and that holiness of spirit extends to taking care of the body as well. I have heard you thinking, you have been saying, yes, Jeshua, spirit is fine, but what do I do with the body? You get your house in order, you get to the place where you understand that truly you, the spirit, the light of you is the manifester of the body and all that you experience. The body has to follow what you demand of it. The healing has to happen as you command. Sometimes you want to, for the fun of it, hold on to it for a while, and there is no judgment in that. It is an experience, and is sometimes the motivating factor which gets you to meet other ones that you would not have come in contact with if you had not created a certain drama for yourself. You get to meet and have interchange with many other brothers and sisters in what you call the medical field or the healing arts, to the place where you begin to remember that they are serving you from the sincerity of the heart. They sincerely want to help you, but they cannot do it for you. That is why so many of you have gone to your medical facilitators, and you have come away feeling discouraged. You have said, they don't know what they're talking about. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. He or she can only know that which you present. You are the one who is the master of yourself. Other ones can be a facilitator in that they see the Christ of you, and they see the wholeness of you, and they can allow the energy of that to be available to you, as I did with the healings that I record in your scriptures. But I did not heal anyone. They had to accept it for themselves. I saw their wholeness. I saw the Christ of them. I saw their spirit activating the body of them. I knew that in an instant there could be wholeness of the body, no matter how ravaged it looked. But they had to be willing to make a shift. They had to be ready to make a shift. And there is not judgment in that when I say that they had to be willing or ready. Sometimes the seeming disorder is held on to for reasons that only the soul knows. So there is no judgment. I did not judge any of the ones who went away from me in what seemed to be an unhealed state. And there were many. They are not recorded in your scriptures, because your scriptures only wanted to put in the success stories. There were many who came and they wanted to believe, but for reasons beyond what they knew consciously and beyond what I knew consciously, they went away unhealed, seemingly until another time. I did not fail, and they did not fail. We have spoken of this in other times, that there is an exquisite timing to everything. But the point I want to make is that you are the ones who are all-powerful. You are the ones who are truly the Creator in extension. And there is no they outside of you that is going to harm you, that is going to do anything detrimental, unless you want to believe in it for a while, and even then it is not true. But you can play with it for a while. It can be as a new toy in a sandbox. Play with it for a while and say, oh, there they go. They're up in the sky again, and they're raining whatever on me. Maybe I better get out my umbrella even on a sunny day because those birds, and I do not mean the two-footed ones, are going overhead. You do not have to be protected. The Holy Child cannot be threatened by anything. Sometimes ones have become so fearful of everything they will not eat, they will not drink, they will not breathe, they will not go outdoors, they will not speak to another person. They will not use any of the inventions that have brought forth in your great creativity to make life simpler and easier for you. I have seen ones become so fearful that they are afraid to live. Life is a gift you have given to yourself from before time began. Life is a gift that you give to yourself in every incarnation, whether it be in this reality, this form, or as a form as it has been known in other realities. Life is you, and it is a gift, and it is meant to be used in divine joy. You are free in every moment to play, not to have to watch out for anything. The world around you is asking for you to see it in holiness. It is asking for you to see it in a new way, and not to be fearful, not to be paranoid about any aspect of it. There's fertilizer on the grass. I better not walk on it. Well, I can walk on it after it rained. There's pollen in the air. It makes me sneeze. I better stay indoors until the trees get finished with their pollinating. If I go out, maybe I'd better wear a mask. I have to go out because I said I would meet someone at such and such a time. Maybe if I take a shallow breath, the pollen won't get so far and won't make me sneeze. See you how constricted that makes life. Those are only two small examples, but yet they are thoughts that run through your minds. I have seen them running through. I have seen them get stuck, not even getting through the mind. They get stuck in the body. And then you wonder why the body talks to you, screams at you sometimes, "Let my cells go." The body knows how to serve you well when you live in simplicity and joy, when you do not worry about what to eat. That's a good topic. I will not even go there, as you say. Eat that which you want to eat. Eat that which resonates with you. There is no judgment in any of it. If you want to eat the fatted calf, eat meat. Bless it, thank it for the life force that it is, and enjoy. If that does not resonate with you, eat the grains. Well, the grains do not have the certain finality when they are harvested. It does not kill the whole plant. Some of you say, if I eat vegetables, I'm killing the whole plant. If I dig up the carrot or the potato, I'm killing the whole plant there with the carrot. I harvested it and I ate it. Maybe I shouldn't even eat a carrot. Maybe I should become a breatharian. Then you begin to worry about the pollen again. Everything is put before you as a gift. You bring forth everything as the extension of the one Creator. You have brought it forth, and you can call it good. They have no power over you, because in truth they are nowhere except in your consciousness at the moment to think that they might exist. Allow yourself to live life to the fullest. Allow yourself to love. Allow yourself to know that truly you are the divine holy child, appreciating, reveling in, dancing through this lifetime. I will guarantee unto you that the next lifetime, and yes, there will be a next lifetime, maybe not in this reality, but there will be a next lifetime, because you are the creative one going forth, forever expanding and forever experiencing and forever wanting to know, what can I create? The next lifetime will be much more expanded because you have begun to accept how divine and how holy you are. Celebrate life. No matter where you find yourself in life, celebrate. Look back on that which you have experienced. Look back with your visioning to what you want to experience and call it all good. So be it. Alignment with soul. Beloved one, many of you have asked about your soul's purpose and how one can know and be in alignment with soul. There is a most wonderful secret, and it is not a secret, because it is freely given to anyone who wants to know. How to know alignment with your soul. And it is a very simple ritual that some of you have been following, and some of you have known from other lifetimes. It is to go out in your morning before you start your daily activity, to go out and to commune with the angels of nature, to commune with the light that is in the sky. Now, if you are up and it is very early and it is still dark, you commune with the lights in the heavens. If you are out at what is called dawn, and I know that this varies with your seasons and your location, you commune with the light of the dawn and some of the stars that are still to be seen in the heavens perhaps. You feel yourself rooted on the ground, bare feet on the ground, and spirit extending to the heavens. You breathe deeply of peace, banishing for a moment or so, and it does not have to take long. All of the thoughts of the world, all of the thoughts of what you have to do in that day, who you have to meet, where you have to go. Just be in communion with self, capital S, to breathe in the angel of air, to feel the angel of air as it may blow past you. It may fluff the hair a bit or not. If it is in the morning when there are showers, it is to enjoy the gentle rain. You do this in your showers when you are indoors. You can take a shower outdoors. It will not hurt you a bit. If there is sunshine, you commune with the sun, with the angel of the sun, and you breathe deeply of the peace that is your true nature. You breathe deeply of the innocence of that moment. Place yourself, most important after you have done this first part, place yourself in the place of the beholder. In other words, you allow yourself to become as the sunlight looking down upon yourself. You allow yourself to be the starlight looking down upon you. You allow yourself to be the beholder that is as the wind, free as the wind that blows, gentle as the raindrop when they fall upon your head. And from that place of the beholder, you look at where you are physically and where you are in the journey of life. It does not take long to be instantly in the place of the beholder, and then to do the most wonderful visioning as the beholder, to put yourself another 5 years, 10 years, perhaps even 20 years ahead, and you see where you want to be at that time. Now those of you who are saying, yes, but Jeshua, I have garnered some years to myself, and I'm not really sure how far ahead I can visualize. Well, you can visualize as far ahead as you want to. In fact, it is not dependent upon the life of the body, although usually the specifics have to do with the body and where you're going to be. But it does not have to be. So allow yourself a moment, and that is all it takes, to connect with greater self, the whole self of you, the soul, if you will. In the evening, before you lay the head upon the pillow, same thing. Go out of doors and stand with the bare feet on the grass. Connect with the Holy Mother Earth and connect with the heavens above. Feel the peace. Feel yourself to be all that is happening around you. It does not matter if you are in the middle of a great city and I say to you to go out and put your feet on the grass. You may say, well, Jeshua, there is only a small piece of grass and the dog has already used it. Stand on the pavement then, and know that the pavement only goes a few inches deep, and beyond that is the Holy Mother Earth. You are not limited, so therefore you can feel yourself rooted with Holy Mother Earth, even through the pavement. Even if you are surrounded by city traffic, know that you are bringing all that forth as drama for yourself to enjoy. All of those vehicles going by are parading themselves around you so that you can see them, so that you can hear them, so that you feel the vibration of life humming around you. Sometimes it is a loud hum, sometimes it is not quite so loud. But even if it is the most loud and ones are perhaps on the horn calling more attention to themselves, know that they are as in a parade. If you are in a country, and I do not mean here the geopolitical grouping, but the countryside, where it is more peaceful, go through the same consciousness of abiding in peace, no matter where you are. Feel yourself rooted to Holy Mother Earth, and yet not limited by anything physical, and feel yourself expansive to the heavens. If it be in your nighttime, look to the stars. If it be what you call a cloudy night, look to the miracle of the clouds. Visualize each drop of the vapor which makes the cloud most wonderful miracle. No two clouds are alike, the same as no two snowflakes have the same design. No two clouds have the same design. And as you watch them, they change before your very eyes. It is a miracle that you bring forth. It is all for your enjoyment. As you begin with a small amount of time, you'll find that you want to spend more time in communion with self. That is what was known in the time of the Essenes. This is why ones were able to live the long lifetime. They did not think themselves to be limited by world belief, world activities. They knew themselves to be the spirit activators of the body. They knew themselves to be connected to soul and all else. So it was of their choosing to live the 90 years, the 300 years, the 500, 600 years if they wanted to be rediscovering new friends, new lands, new opportunities, always with the understanding that they were the divinity and are. I will not put in the past tense the divinity that is bringing it all forth. As you will practice, and it does take practice like anything else you do in life, you will find great joy in the simplicity of a few moments spent in feeling expanded, feeling connected to the soul. Do you have to go out of doors? Well, in truth, no, but it is a good way to begin. You can do it indoors as well, for you are not limited. In 1 second you can imagine the walls of the dwelling place expanding, completely gone dissolved. Where are you now? You are in the out of doors. Next moment you say, the walls are back. The dwelling place, the roof is over my head. I am sitting in a certain room. Then in the next moment the walls are gone. You are sitting in a grassy meadow, the stars overhead. Feel you the stars overhead? Can you feel them? In this moment, the walls are gone. It is the most beautiful sunset that is happening, lighting up the clouds in the beautiful red and orange and yellow tones. Can you see that? At any moment, you can do the alignment with soul by just imagining or by expanding the peace of mind, letting go of that which has been believed to be limited by any circumstance or real evidence. All is energy. It depends on how you want to fashion it. If you do not want to be here any longer, there are ones of your ancestors who knew how to do this, and it is in your remembrance. If you did not want to keep on activating the body, it could dissolve back to the dust of the earth, and the energy itself was free to move as spirit. Many of your ancestors knew when they felt the alignment with soul and felt themselves complete. They would sit by a tree perhaps for a day or two, and then ones of the tribe would come and find that they had left the body. Then there would be great rejoicing and reverence, knowing that those ones had ascended unto the stars. Oftentimes, ones of such belief would look to the heavens and they would say, "That is grandmother up there. The star, she is watching me, she is protecting me, she is loving me from afar." The stars were ancestors. They were friends according to the belief system. Now you go through life a bit constricted, and yet there is a remembrance that all is energy, all is truly love. And we use love as a concept of expansion, because that is what you feel when you fall in love. Your whole heart, your whole being expands. Divine love is that and more. Divine love is the expansion where you know yourself to be energy, much more than the body, and that you can fashion the body, your life, your journey, your interaction by your visioning, by standing in the place of the alignment with soul as the beholder. Behold, beloved one, how holy thou art. So be it. God's will, man's will. Beloved one, I have heard many of you questioning, what is going on in the world? There are so many places where brothers seem to be against brothers and sisters against sisters, and you wonder, will there ever be heaven on earth? Will there ever be peace in some regions, especially some regions? You have wondered about God. You have said, is this the will of God that man should be against man and woman against woman, etc.? Is it the will of God that there be so much drama upon this plane? You have been told from time you were very little about the will of God, that when perhaps a beloved pet or a loved one has passed on into another realm, you have been told that it was the will of God, or that they have gone to be with God. And you have wondered, why would it be the will of God the loved one or the beloved pet would be taken from me? Then you said, if this be the will of God, I'm not sure this is my God. I'm not sure that I want my God to have that kind of will. It doesn't make sense to me. Many of you have questioned, and you have cried out to the heavens, and when ones have asked, it is okay, it is the will of God. You have questioned, what kind of God would have that kind of will? Then you look at what is happening now with so many who are asking of brothers and sisters that they lay down the body, and you wonder, is this the will of God? There are ones who feel that their God is right, and that it is the will of God that there should be war, and that they will overcome what they see to be the unfaithful, the infidel, the ones who think differently. So they would say, yes, it is the will of God that I go to the marketplace and allow the body to explode, and let other bodies around also be left in dust again. So again, you have come to the place where you question, what is the will of God? Why would God, if God is a loving father-mother, will such a drama? In truth, it is man's will. It is man's will to have drama. It is man's will to believe in duality. It is man's will to believe in separation, and to say that another belief could be opposite or threatening to a belief that is being held by that one. As we have spoken of in previous times in the beginning, before there was time, there was thought to create. The creation is forever ongoing. Some of the creations have been most wonderful, what you would see in concept form and judge to be heaven. Many of the incarnations, if you can call them that, where you took another form in another constellation, were harmonious. Even in lifetimes upon our Holy Mother, the earth, you have lived incarnations where the life has been harmonious, where you could say that it was a lifetime of peace and harmony in heaven on earth because of the beauty which surrounded you, not only in nature, but the beauty of the loved ones who loved you, and the priorities of understanding divine love expressed as human love. But in the process of creation, there have been many different realities created for the adventure of knowing. What can I create? Life on some of the planets and some of the other constellations were and are of love, and you have lived there. There is a remembrance deep within you of a place, of a time, when life was celebrated and was easy, when you respected each individuated energy as it was seen. Other planets and other constellations decided that they wanted a bit more drama. They looked at or experienced what they felt to be the most wonderful harmony, and they were bored. So they said, well, let's create a little bit of drama. How about if we throw in a bit of the salt and pepper, some seasoning, and we have a bit of separation where we can have certain feelings about what you believe and what I believe. This has developed over eons of time in different ways. And what you see now upon our holy Mother Earth are the star seeds from many different stars, many different constellations, many different planets. That is why sometimes you will meet ones and there's a feeling of familiarity. You know right away that you have been with this one before, and you know right away where they're coming from. Sometimes you will meet someone else, and it will not feel right or harmonious. Many who walk the face of the earth right now are acting on the last vestige of remembrance as other star seeds from other star planets and the shared collective belief in that reality. So they are acting out from a place that says there is separation, and that there could be threat, and they, not consciously perhaps, but some consciously, desire drama. They desire to know, sometimes, their own worth in releasing the body. They feel that there is purpose, perhaps, God's will, that they fulfill a purpose of allowing their life to be given in a certain way, so that others also can have a share in that drama. You watch it and you wonder, and you ask why there are little children who are playing in the sandbox, and they are not playing harmoniously with each other. They are throwing the sand up in the air, and they are letting it come down, rain from the sky, the way the bombs are coming down in certain areas. You wonder why they cannot see things differently. It is because there has been from the first thought, capital T, to create a divergence in the creative realm, and some have found joy, purpose, fulfillment in that drama. The more drama they could create, the more fulfillment they have felt. The will of God is not separate from the will of man. As we have spoken many times, there is no separation. Now, if you will receive it, the will of God is the will of man, because there is allowance, creativity to adventure. Many of you have been asking, when your news media brings you the reports of what is going on, and it seems that there is not just one place of conflict, but many places of conflict coming to the collective conscious, you ask why, and what can I do about it? You can recognize it to be the will of man and the allowance of the creative energy known as God. And you can recognize that since there is no separation, your visioning of peace is offered to those who want to receive it. Now some are still caught up in the separation, that there is not an opening to receive, but more and more of the brothers and sisters in various parts of our Holy Mother the Earth are getting to the place of completion. They are getting to the place where they are recognizing that there has to be another way. So when you sit in your quiet times, or even in your busy times, and a thought comes to your mind and you envision the ones who are hurting, envision your arms around them, loving them as the children that they are, loving them as the Christ which they are. Let it be offered to all who would be receptive. Many who are caught up in drama right now do not feel they have a choice. That is one of the important aspects you will put in your visioning, that there is choice. Always there is choice. Many feel they do not have choice because they belong to a group which has a collective belief, and they have to believe as the group believes. Allow the idea of choice to be written on the forehead, your own forehead, and project it out that there is choice, that they can stop, breathe for a moment, and that there is choice. It offers an opportunity, the same as I offered 2,000 years ago to ones who wanted to hear a different message. 2,000 years ago, the world was much in turmoil, the same as it is now. But there were ones who were ready and looking for another message. There were ones who were willing to accept the idea that perhaps they had power, that they could make choice. It is the same in this day and time. There are ones who want to move beyond what has been taught to them in separation, and they want to believe that there can be something better for them. Allow yourself to do that which is of the world in supporting them. In other words, the golden coins, if there's a need for certain medical supplies, for food, for pure clean water, etc. Allow your guidance to guide you to share some of the golden coins. You have plenty. As you give, more will be given unto you. In time, the areas now that find themselves in such great conflict are going to come to a place where they do lay down the arms, the bombs, all of the explosives. This seems nearly impossible right now, but I'm going to say it anyway. Because those of you who are far out there, and all of you are ones who are going to ask of each other, what star seed are you? What planet did you come from? Now I know that sometimes that is asked in a derogatory way, but there will be an understanding that all of you, all of the individuated energies, have come from the one source to experience and to express life in its many diverse forms. What you have upon this planet is most wonderful, as I have called it, a work in progress of coming together to understand some of the lineage, the background, the history, the wealth, the treasure of the history, and to understand the very beginning when there was that one thought, the one thought to create, and from that thought a divergence of, what can we create? You are the ones who can spread the light, the love, the joy, the truth of everyone's being, that it is not God's will that they keep fighting each other. It is man's will, and that truly, God's will is man's will, because man is an extension of the Father, the creative principle, and that at any moment a man, woman, child can change their will, their idea of what has to be. It does not have to be predicated upon the past. That is what you are seeing now. Ones are acting out old scenarios from other planets and other constellations, other collective belief systems from the predication of the past, of what they have known in the past. You have seen this at work in your own life as you have evolved with your questioning. In the beginning you accepted what was taught to you by the parents and by your peers, and it was predicated upon what they knew, and what they knew was predicated upon what the forefathers had passed down generation to generation. But there will be in time, because you are the creators of time, there will be the realization of atonement, where there is the enlightenment and the understanding that God's will and man's will are one, and in that you are powerful. You have a saying in your scriptures that the sins of the forefathers will be visited upon generation after generation. What it means by that is all the mistaken beliefs are given over, generation after generation after generation as truth. But you are the ones who have said, wait a minute, maybe there is another way to look at it. Maybe all that past stuff is truly past, and it is. If you will leave it in the past, that is where it has to stay. And as you will believe in choice, in a different way of leaving the past behind, a new way of thinking, as you will believe in the Christ living in harmony one with another, it is offered. Now this was my message 2,000 years ago. Love one another as I have loved you. Love one another. By that I meant see the Christ, the divinity, the potential for harmony in each other. Celebrate the diversity that has brought you together. I spoke to you as a smaller group that met around the campfire. I spoke to the multitudes who came to hear. Many did hear and went away with the new ideas that they then shared with the other villagers in the village that they had come from. Others went away and said, that man is a fool. He thinks that there can be peace on earth. He thinks that ones can live in harmony. Look at what the Romans are doing. How can he speak of love when the Romans are in charge and they are arbitrary about their decisions of who will live and who will release the body? Well, I planted a few seeds, and many of those seeds have taken root. That is why you are here in this day and time. You heard the message. You are willing to live it throughout many lifetimes between the time long ago and this time now, which in truth was not all that long ago, and is now anyway. You heard. You wanted to believe. The desire to believe is very strong. When once you touch the place of desire, it is powerful. Desire itself, the word means of the Father. Of the Father. Suri, it truly is a clue. When you touch that place of desire within one's for a different kind of life, for a life where they can be respected, where their abilities can be honored and joy, when you touch that place of desire within another one for change, for choice, it is powerful, and there will be change. There will be choice for change. So even the ones who went away from the multitude saying, that man speaks rubbish, it cannot be. Look around. Use your eyes, man. Everyone's fighting everyone. You have to scrape in order to have a golden coin to feed the family. You have to till from sunrise to sunset in order to reap any kind of harvest to feed the family. You have to pay your taxes. You have to. Receive the seed which in many cases has grown and flowered. There is within everyone a desire to know truly who they are, to know truly that they are loved, that they are respected, that they have worth, and they do not have to destroy other ones seemingly in order to prove their worth. There is a strong desire within each and every one of the individuated energies that walk our Holy Mother to come home once again, to come to the place where they feel accepted, they feel worth, they feel they can dance in the streets and put down the arms and guns. They can be as the flower children who said, "Make peace, not war." It is time for that again. Let us have another cycle of that, because things do go in cycles. Make peace, not war. You will envision that. You will spread the message. You will live in joy, because it is much more fun to live in joy. Why choose for suffering? You can do it for you want to, but you have done it. You have been there in other lifetimes. Many lifetimes you suffered because the teaching was, the more you suffered in this lifetime, the greater your reward in heaven. So you suffered and you suffered and you suffered, and finally laid down the body and you said, okay, where's my reward? Then the Master said to you, your reward is to recycle and go back again. Not in so many words, but they offered you an opportunity to see things differently. You said, oh, now I see the purpose of a lifetime. I see things differently. So you have come again, free choice, because you never are sent. You always choose to come for the fun of it, and to walk amongst the brothers and sisters somewhat the same as they are, so that there can be the language that they understand. In other words, they see you as a person. You can speak with them with the words they understand. You can speak with them with the attitudes and belief system. As you are willing to move past belief systems that are predicated upon the past, you change your understanding of man's will. You change your understanding of the will of God. And you begin to understand that the will of God is not separate from your will. You would have no will without the will of God being the creative principle. It is all one. So then you come from that point and you say, well, if my will is the will of God, that changes things. I will a world of peace, at least starting with my relationship, those that I can interact with, and I will that others may know peace, those who seemingly are at a distance, and I will envision that peace for them. All is energy. All is from the thought, capital T, or intelligence, capital I, of the mind of one. Go forth and multiply. Go forth and spread your joy. Multiply that which you know, that which you feel, so that others can reap the benefits of that harvest, so that you can feel the seed that you freely take root and grow. Because as you will work with the ones that you are in connection with, right close connection, it spreads. You may never see ones halfway around the planet, the Holy Mother Earth. You may never see the ones that you touch by your thoughts. But you will change their outlook on life. You will change how they view their life and the purpose of life, capital F, to the place where in time there will be atonement. Not in the usual sense of having to atone for some sin, although there has been the sin of forgetfulness, in other words, the concept that there could be somehow be separation. But there will be in time, because you are the creators of time. There will be the realization of atonement, where there is the enlightenment and the understanding that God's will and man's will are one, and in that you are powerful. So be it. Living the life of the Master. I would speak with you again about remembering who you are, remembering how it feels to live life as the Master, which is who and what you are and always have been. Very creative masters who have created great drama for the sheer knowing of how creative you can be, being the extension of the one Creator. It is in your nature to create. It is also in your nature to come to a place of realizing, making real in your conscious awareness that which you are. You will come to a place of realizing, I am the one who is creating all of this, in concert with the brothers and sisters, yes, but also as to your choices how you will see things and what your response will be. You have in your book A Course in Miracles where it says, I am determined to see things differently. So you are aware that there might be another way of looking at things. That is the first step in remembering the Master which you are, to be aware of choice. Now, as you are aware and becoming more and more finely tuned in awareness, there is a caveat with this, because separated ego is very good at judging and saying, you'll never get this right. There you go again. You're not living as a master. You're not responding as master. Then there is a temptation to be in judgment of self and others. When you are aware that perhaps you are not acting and living from a place of the master, breathe and choose anew. Do not bother with judgment. You have done that over and over and over and over, and you have lived in judgment so long that you know it very well, and you know that it does not feel all that great, and it does not serve any purpose except that you know that you can create judgment. I will set for you a piece of homework. In the evening, when you lay your head upon the pillow, take stock of the day. Go back over and review, review the day and what has happened and how you felt about it. Just watch as you would watch a play upon the stage. Just watch how things unfolded, who said what to whom, how you felt about it, how you reacted or did not react. You will find that as the days go along, you will become more and more aware. And what is going to come to the forefront is how loving you truly want to be. That is the way of the Master, to be in love with everyone and everything, every living form. And that includes your rock and your mountains, your streams, your trees, your grass, the birds that are most wonderful, besides all the brothers and sisters who incorporate into the human form. You will find yourself living more and more in the space of love. That is why when ones come to you with energy that is not love, there will be a very definite awareness that it is not love. You will take a breath, you will step back from it, sometimes literally, but always figuratively, and you will choose to see it anew. To see it in another way and to know that truly anyone who comes to you with anger and frustration is calling out for love. Everyone is the holy child of the Father, Mother, God, Goddess, all that is. Everyone is of the essence of the divine. And everyone wants to know his or her essence, true essence. Yet the world oftentimes will present the barbed wire and will seemingly enclose one within the wire fencing, so ones feel that they have to fight against the wire, and every time they fight against it, they get hurt. The way to slip through the wire is to be in awareness. How you go through your day, how you choose to see your day. Awareness that I am the Master who is creating all of what I see. And as your holy scriptures have said, I call it good. God that I am, I call it good. I have created it. It is my consciousness. I see it, I recognize it, and I do not judge it as the world judges. I judge it according to its divine expression. Awareness. Then comes a willingness to want to live as the Master, to want to live as the beholder, to want to live free and in love, a willingness to know, who am I? How unlimited am I? What can I create? And having created it, let me look further than just appearances and see how it serves the atonement. Begin to appreciate the holiness of each and every one who is chosen to incarnate out of the great courage, because the human life and this reality is not the easiest reality. It is one of the more difficult realities, and those of you who have chosen to be incarnate in this reality at this time are the adventurers. You are the ones with the most courage. Have the willingness to choose anew, the willingness to be the beholder, and then to be in the place of great gratitude for what you have created. Be in the place where you have appreciation of self and others. Know that truly, as the Master, you can stand back from anything and all things and behold them as holy. Begin to allow even the physical eyesight to change. Allow it to soften. Sometimes you get a very narrow focus about what you are looking at, even to the place where you are peering at it. Allow the deep breath. Allow the eyes to soften. Allow the whole body to soften, and begin to expand the physical vision to the place where perhaps the one in front of you becomes a light of energy rather than the delineation of the body. Many of you have seen the light form around the trees, the aura, the living energy of the trees. You can see the trees breathing. Allow yourself to see as the Master would. Allow yourself to be in the most delightful place, the light of light. Most delightful place where you know that everything, no matter how tragic, no matter how challenging it may look, will lead to the awakening, not only of yourself but for others. It will lead to a great aha, and great laughter will come after the aha, because I thought this was a serious matter. Well, you know, when you nailed me to the cross, I could have been looked upon, and was by many, as a serious matter. But did I stay upon the cross? No. Neither did any of the others who were crucified. They were taken down, buried. Some of them recycled and came back again. In fact, many of them did. Many of them had opportunity, as you always do, between the incarnations, to review and to see what has been served by that life. What has been served by the supposed ending of releasing the body. They were able to look upon it and say, that was an experience of divinity, an expression of divinity. Allow yourself the reward of the little gold stars. Allow yourself to feel good about yourself, for in truth, the divinity of you always knows that what you choose out of great courage in order to serve the light. Even the ones who seem to be serving the dark are serving the light, because as we have said many other times, the light and the dark make contrast and bring everything into clarity. That is what is happening now upon the face of our Holy Mother the Earth. There is coming to be more and more clarity as to what is loving and what is not loving, what is respectful, what is appreciating the diversity of all the expressions of life. Remember who you are, and live from the place of the Master. Be aware. Ask yourself every 5 minutes or so, am I living as the Master? If you had not been, do not judge and put the heavy guilt upon the shoulders, but allow yourself to say, oh, okay, now I will choose anew. I will step back and I will look at the holy picture. I will see more of what is going on with the interplay of the brothers and sisters. I will see more of the interplay of how I am involved with the weaving of the beautiful tapestry called life. Then you live from the place of the Master, who is not attached to anything or anyone, and yet is attached, because you are one. You have empathy, but not in the human terms of having to judge it and having to fix it. You have empathy. You know what that one is going through because you have been there. You have done that. But you also know that you have come through it, and they are going to come through it. So you do not have to say, oh, poor Joe, poor Jane. Nothing poor about them. They are having a grand adventure. They are never abandoned. You are never abandoned, although sometimes you feel it. Sometimes you feel separate and alone. And we have spoken that at the time when you feel most alone is the time when you want to become aware that even your word carries the clue with it. That you are all one, alone, all one. When you decide to create this reality, when you decided to incarnate and live a human life, you gave yourself a great gift, several great gifts. One gift we have spoken of, it is time, so that you have a process of time to be able to reflect rather than experience instantaneous manifestation. Although many times you want the instantaneous manifestation, I want the golden coins right now, right here. You have given yourself the gift of time, and you have also given yourself the gift of hope, a gift to hold on to, even in the darkest times, even if it be as small as the mustard seed, and to know that it is going to grow into flower. An awakening master is free, no longer tied to the whims of the world, no longer tied to the judgment of the world, no longer tied to the cross. The world is very much like the cross. It is in conflict with itself. Live in remembrance of the Master that you are. Be aware. Do not judge. Choose anew. Walk as the Master. Speak as the Master. Give forth love as the Master, because that is what the Master does. You have a most wonderful saying that I see one sometimes wearing around the neck. What would Jesus do? Well, what would I do? I would give love. I would give the hug. I would give the smile. I would give the word of encouragement. I would say, I believe in you, no matter what choices you have made. No matter where your life journey has taken you so far. This is not over. The journey is not over. I believe in you, and I know that you are serving a certain plan which was set in motion before the incarnation. I believe in you. Those are very strong words you give to another one when you say to them, I believe in you. It is a statement of truth, because you do believe in the Christ of them, the Christ energy, the divine energy of them, and then you walk and they walk as the Master with head held high, being aware of the feet, because the feet are on holy ground, but the head is held high as the Master. I know who you are, and I love that which you are. Do not deny me any longer. So be it. The new consciousness. Beloved friend, peace be with you. I am the one known as Joseph, earthly father to the one you have known as Jeshua, Yeshua, Jesus. I have waited for you. It is the desire of every realized master to give to other ones that which they are seeking, to facilitate the awakening, to facilitate healing. In my lifetime I was known as a carpenter, and I loved to work with wood. But another aspect of my life in the Essene community was with healing. For I knew the power of the Christ energy, having been raised in the Essene community from the time I was very small. I studied with my teachers, where there was a sharing of the revelation from ancient times, and much of it had to do with the divinity of oneness, the divinity of the Christ in expression. My teachers were, as truly your teachers are in this day and time, great friends. There was nothing that they would not share with me, and I did ask many questions. As the small one, growing taller, I had many questions. Many times I later would pass this information on to my son Jeshua. Many times I was told to sit in silence, to sit by flowing water, to contemplate the inner knowing. To be in the flow of life, it is to be as a stream, the flowing water, to go with each moment and to be in celebration of it. As you find the joy in life, as you come truly alive in that joy, you find the healing that you have been seeking. That is what I told my friends and neighbors in the villages where we lived. I spoke unto them, for there were many who would come to me for healing, to sit by flowing water and to have revelation of healing in the flow of the water, or to sit in the flowing water and to feel that dynamic energy. There was a ritual that we observed in the community every day. It was the cleansing, the ritual washing to stand in flowing water, such as you do in this day and time with what is called your shower. This was the ritual that we practiced every day. It was cleansing for the body. It was refreshing, as your showers in this day and time. But we also acknowledged the deeper symbolism of it, the cleansing of the old particles of belief that we had perhaps given ourselves over to in that day. A washing away of old thoughts, old feelings, some of the accumulation of rubbish, the same as you would wash off the filth from the skin. It was a cleansing and a newness to go forth after the ritual washing. It was symbolic as well as physical. Remember that as you take your showers, it is not just to cleanse the body, which, as I have said, is most refreshing. It is very good, and your technology has given you the ease of having the flowing water right in your dwelling place. You do not have to seek out the waterfall. In truth, our community also knew the technology of having the running water. Allow the shower or the bath to be both physical and also soul cleansing. For you are moving into a new awareness, moving through fourth into fifth dimensional awareness. When one comes to fifth dimensional awareness, one leaves behind the baggage and particles of judgment of the third dimensional thinking. One realizes that which he or she is, the master truly that you are. When one moves into fifth dimensional consciousness, one does not deny the reality, lowercase r, of third dimensional thinking, but one recognizes the interplay of all the energies as they work together to bring the collective to the place of atonement. This was something that was written about in the ancient texts. It was something that I read, studied, and copied. Sometimes I found it to be a bit tedious. Other times I found it to be exciting, for there would be ideas in the writings that would spark a train of thought, and off I would go on that train of thought to see where it would lead me. And it led to new revelations that later were written about. Some of those writings you still have extant in these day and times. There are some of your scholars who can read those scrolls and interpret them, but not exactly as we wrote them, for the interpretation is colored by the belief system in this day and time. However, there is a movement, as you are moving through fourth dimensional intuitive understanding to fifth dimensional realization of the Christ, the Master. So there will come a time when the scholars, who now in truth are ones who helped write these scrolls, helped preserve them, and are now going back and discovering with great enthusiasm that which they have written or that which they help preserve. And reading them from the perspective of this point of understanding will come to understand the deep meaning as well. Now, not all the truth is contained in the scrolls, but the scrolls do hold clues, much of revelation, and it is still with you because you have ordained that those remnants will be you to remind you, such as when you are playing detective. You have certain clues that are as the breadcrumbs in one of your fables. You follow one breadcrumb and another breadcrumb, etc., on your journey of revelation and remembrance. You will hear more about the scrolls and what is written has been written in those scrolls, and there will be other books which will come to light that will explain even more, because you are now asking, wanting to know the ancient wisdom. Throughout time, as you understand linear time, there have been many cycles which have moved through first, second, third dimensional awareness into the fourth and fifth dimensional where there is a realization of the Master. The Masters then have chosen to either stay in that consciousness, not carnate, or to come in the body once again to serve. That is what you have chosen to do. You are Masters who have known fifth dimensional awareness. You have known the Christ of you. You have adored the Christ of you, and you have been very happy in that dimension of consciousness. But you have chosen to come once again to serve the brothers and sisters and to temporarily walk amongst them in a state of semi-forgetfulness, to be able to speak with them, to be able to awaken them to what is already awakened within you, and to play the dramas and to bring about the healing. When you come to the realization that I am that which I am all, I am the extension of the one Creator, the Father, Mother, all that is, come incarnate into this point of reality. When you really grasp that and realize it, make it real in your understanding that I am life, principle, and expression, everything around you changes. Your perception of relationship changes. You come to the place where it does not matter what the other ones choose to do, because you do not need another one. You are full, complete as you stand right now as the Master which you are. You may desire to give love, and you will desire to give love, because that is what a master does. A master allows the divine love of the beholder to flow through him or her, and he or she does not look upon relationships in the third-dimensional perspective. So if you're in a relationship, and all of you are, with self or with other ones, begin to recognize that you do not need, in truth, never have you needed another one in order to make you whole. The need, the feeling of need, comes from the place of a divine desire to give love, but as the world has interpreted it, it has gotten turned around backwards, so that ones feel that they must receive love in order to give love, but that is not true. Love flows freely, no conditions. Love is always given. Whether you are together in a relationship or whether you are separated by miles, you can still love. The heart cannot be broken. The heart can only love. It is the desire of every realized master, in other words, everyone who has come to the fifth dimensional awareness, to want to share love with other ones, to say, there is nothing wrong in the adventure that you are expressing and experiencing. It is for the sheer joy of having the experience and coming truly alive in it, where you know the freedom of the soul. Every realized master is a fountain of love, wanting to pour it forth upon those who will receive it. As you come alive in that realization, you find that you are in a place where everything makes sense. Even that which a moment ago could have been a question, you behold in a different way. And you know that it does not matter what another one chooses to do or to say or where they choose to go. You are whole. You go forth easily, lightly, giving forth love, because no one can stop your love, and there is great power in that realization. You find that then you become very busy giving forth the love because you cannot hold it back. You have to give it. It is the flow of the stream of divinity, the flow of the stream of beingness that has to be expressed. I say to you, you are bringing forth new heavenly bodies that are being written about even now in sort of what you would call the prophecy that will come to be seen with the physical eyes. And there is going to be some consternation among brothers and sisters. For some of you, it is going to be a heralding of new light, an awakening, if you will, a time of celebration, a time of new sun, and not only the sun, as you understand physical light, but the awakening of the sun of divinity. That which you see in the outer is speaking to you of what is happening in the inner. You are in a most exciting place where separated ego will bring to you the choice of whether to be in excitement about the new things that are being prophesied or whether to be in fear. Space brothers, sisters, some say welcome, others say, it's about time you got here. Others say, oh no, I'm not sure. Maybe we better put this off for a while yet. Separated ego brings to the possibilities, and how you look upon them, that is up to you. But sooner or later, everything on the silver platter is going to be dealt with. It is as a smorgasbord. You want to know, what does this taste like? What does that taste like? Some of the things you like, and you say, more, I want more of that. Some of the things you say and taste, no, I'm complete with that. Fifth dimensional awareness is where you realize who you are, how whole you are, and how your purpose is to give love. Not to judge past occurrences, not to worry about the future, but to give love. It does not even mean that you have to be in the same proximity with someone. You can be or not, but your purpose is to give love wherever you go, physically, mentally, emotionally. Fifth dimensional awareness is where you realize how happy you are just being the expression of the divine and celebrating the child, the innocent child, loving that which you have to give, and knowing that what you have to give is enough. Fifth dimensional awareness does not know lack of anything. That is not its focus. As you are living from the place of the fifth dimensional awareness, knowing it all works together for the atonement, you come to a place of celebrating even that which the world would judge to be a tragedy, negative, wrong, or a detour. You come to celebrate it as an expression of the creativity of the adventure. That is what you are, great masters who have chosen to adventure once again in third-dimensional thinking and perspective, and to suffer the slings and arrows of limited belief system, for a while until you shake yourself loose from them. You are whole, complete, and you are loved, greatly, greatly loved, because you are that love. You are in the flow of that love. You are the journey of the stream. The drop of water in the stream does not judge itself, and it does not judge the other drops of water. It goes with the flow of energy, the Christ energy. That is my message to you. Every realized master desires to give to you the key of knowing your own realization, your own healing. It is a remembrance of the wholeness that you are. You are on the cusp of realizing who you are, moving through the intuitive fourth dimension to the place of fifth dimensional perspective and awareness. And I welcome you there. We serve together. Peace be with you. Joseph St. Germain. Enjoy the journey. You have made many journeys in your lifetimes, as I did in mine, but the most important journey is the one that you make inward. The journeys that I made with masters in Britannia, India, and Tibet, to name a few, were journeys inward, and that is truly what you are doing now. You are making a journey inward to know who you are, how beautiful you are, how divine you are, and how much potential you have to manifest that which your heart truly desires. As we have spoken some time ago, you are going to see many changes in the years to come. You are going to see these changes because you have called them forth. You have decreed, it is time already, way past time, that we have some changes, that we can live in harmony and respect for one another. How do these changes come about? First of all, they come about by your inner visioning, by clarifying what you desire to see. Then you live from that place in every discourse you have with another person, a friend, a coworker, a mate, etc. You become that which you have envisioned. You live from the place of the vision of knowing harmony with another one, knowing the divinity of the other one, knowing the potential, even if they cannot see it of their divinity. Then in time you will see the outpicturing of your visioning. In all of the physical journeys I made, I collected information about different cultures and perspectives. I did not judge. I collected information and perspective so that I could understand the whole picture, the holy vision of my brothers, and only from that place could I then teach. I shared that which I knew to be true with ones who wanted to hear. There were ones who were hungry and thirsty to know more than what the world was showing them, more than what your world now is showing you. And so they listened, they took it to heart. There were others who heard and said, "That man is a fool. What is he speaking of cannot come to pass. It cannot be true. Look at what the Romans are doing. Look at the way the world is going." And so they walked off and continued the perspective that they always held. Some of them are still holding that perspective. But in time, the most wonderful gift you have given yourself in this reality, time, in time they will come to the place of understanding that there is much more than old perspective, and they will be questioning, can there not be a better way to live the human life? Because human life can be most beautiful. When you are in love with another one, with friends, you are uplifted to a space that the world does not understand. But when you live with that focus upon the body, it can be a very painful place. You step on a piece of cactus, and what happens? You feel it. You get your finger caught in the door, you feel it. When you live with your focus upon emotions, it can be a very painful place, because not all emotions are happy ones. Some can be anger, some can be feelings of loss, some can be ones of sadness. But when you live from the place of inner journey, you abide in the place that says, I know everything is in its divine order and exquisite timing. I know that everything leads to the atonement, which it does. So in time, every single aspect of the divine whole that is manifesting the human life will come to the place of the realization of at-one-ment. However, you do not have to wait. That is the good news. You do not have to wait for everyone else. You can live from your place of the inner journey of knowing peace and harmony, and you can shake the dust off your sandals and walk on from others who are not yet wanting to know. The journey that you are making now is most wonderful. It is called human life. This life, as you have manifested a body, a career, a dwelling place, a mate, co-workers, experiences of workshops, and place of gathering, this experience of life is most wonderful because you have created it. You are creating it moment by moment. Enjoy the journey. This lifetime you will never live again. Other lifetimes, yes, you may choose to live again. Other lifetimes you can choose to have the perspective that you have lived other lifetimes. In truth, you live in the now moment always, and it does not really matter whether reincarnation is a truth or not. I believe that it is a truth, lowercase t, that helps explain certain tendencies that happen in this lifetime. I believe that it gives clues. But you do not have to believe in reincarnation, and you do not have to choose to ever embody the Spirit again. This lifetime you will never live again, so make the most of it. Enjoy the journey of this lifetime. Allow yourself to come completely, truly alive in this lifetime, to be able to speak to other ones from the heart, not fearing that you're going to lose the head or have some other tragedy befall you. So if you're not going to live this lifetime again, and I assure you, you are not, another lifetime, yes, you might do, because you choose to do it, make the most of this lifetime. Enjoy it. It is your gift to yourself. Read the books, question, ask the friends, the co-workers, discuss, ask what you truly believe about whatever you are pondering at that moment. It does not mean you have to buy their package, but you can find out what they are thinking, and you can add it to your toolkit of information that you carry around with you. And there may come a time when you say, oh yes, I remember, so-and-so spoke about that at one point. And then you look through the toolkit and you say, aha, there's that piece of information. Now it fits, like a jigsaw puzzle piece. Enjoy the journey. It is your gift to yourself. Be spontaneous. Go where you want to go. Do not worry. Hear me well. Do not worry about the hows. How am I going to do such and such for the golden coins? Do not worry about that. Be a free spirit. No one owns you except you. You are free, free from the moment the one mind had an idea to create all realities, all dramas, all plays, to play. Hear that well, to play, not to suffer, but to play. The journey of a lifetime, you are in the midst of it. Some of you feel that you have so many years behind you that perhaps you're getting ready for another journey in another lifetime. That is okay too. Some of you have most wonderful challenge that you are going through, and then you do a bit of improv with it, because all of a sudden you have a new idea, and you decide to relocate, and you do because you are free. This is your life, your journey. Make the most of it. Enjoy life. Enjoy the journey, because I will say unto you, the most wonderful gift is not in the destination, but in the journey itself. You have already found that to be true. Some of you have gone on journeys where you had a certain destination in mind that you're going to travel to, and you knew when you got there you were going to be seeing all the sights, the most wonderful sights that you had read about. You got to the most famous city or landscapes, and you looked upon it all, and then you said, but so what? I can find that at home. Of course, you find that at home, because you take home with you everywhere you go. It is from home that you manifest all the places that you say could be destinations, that you have not seen before, but in truth you have on the inner. Every manifestation is a gift you give unto yourself in this journey called life. As I have said, you may choose to have another lifetime, but you'll never have this one again. So that which you have been hoping for, planning for, and saying, in the future, in the days to come, I'll do. Get on with it, and do that which you have been nudged to do. Allow yourself now to do that which you want to do. No one, except yourself, can deny you, and you can only deny yourself for a certain period of time, perhaps lifetimes, but only a certain period of time. Then there is an overwhelming sense of having to choose to do that which you have been dreaming about. So why not? As your bumper stickers say, just do it. Just do it. Enjoy the journey. I say this unto you because it is important for you to expand. It is important for you to move into that which you know to be possible. Many lifetimes you have lived in a very compact thinking. Even the bodies were more compact. You have been doing an evolution of allowing the body to become more expansive. Now, I do not speak of the abdominal areas, but yes, that is one of the areas that does expand. But you have noticed perhaps that your younger ones are oftentimes taller, broader than the parents, and you have asked, does it come from the water? Perhaps it comes from the vitamins that I've been giving the children. How come they are growing so tall? It is because evolutionary-wise you have agreed to expand the light that you are and to grow into the potential of the light that blends with everyone else's light, to the place where you know harmony and you know oneness. Allow the bodies to do what they are going to do. In other words, if they are going to expand in the abdominal region, that's okay. Those of you of the female gender who want more of the upper part, that can happen too, or less, whatever. Form can change. But what matters is the inner journey of allowing yourself to expand into which you had thought to be possible only in the future. You have said that when I reach a certain age, when I have so many years in my employment, then I'll retire. When I have enough gold coins, how about now? Do it. Just do it now. I will set you a piece of homework. Every evening before you lay the head upon the pillow, take your piece of notebook paper, small notebook, it doesn't matter. It doesn't need to be big. And write down 3 beautiful things that you have seen or experienced in that day. 3 things. 1, 2, 3, easy to do. You can list the most wonderful rain, the raindrops, the sunshine, the angel of sun that warms you, the smile of a friend, the sound of the grass growing, the beautiful flowers in the garden, the color of the trees, the change of seasons, whatever. 3 things. Then you will see more and more enjoyment in your journey. You have been through challenges and you have felt that the journey was a struggle. And because you looked at it as a struggle, it has agreed, okay, we will struggle. Well, I give you permission as of right now to let go of the struggle. You have permission. I give you divine permission. Need you anything greater, higher than that? You are free. Take the freedom. Enjoy the journey. Do it in my name. Now, in my name, I will put a footnote here, because we have almost closed. And it would be a most wonderful closing statement, but we will put a footnote on it. In my name means in the Christ nature, in the nature of the divine Christ, who knows its freedom. Enjoy the journey in my name, which is also your name. So be it. You are the power of the future. Beloved one, for a long time you have wondered where your power was. You have wondered, where, as an individual, is my power? What can I do? I have heard many say, I am but one person. How can I bring about change in the world? How can I even bring about change in my family or change in my workplace? How can I, as one person, make an impact? In truth, you have been making impact and will continue to make impact because you know deep within yourself your purpose. To speak your truth and to put it across in words, in smiles, in support, in any way that is appropriate. You put forth the Christ of you as you acknowledge the Christ of others. For a long while you have wondered, I know Jeshua says that I am an extension of the Father, but I seem separate from the Father, Mother, God, all that is. I seem sometimes to be an island unto myself. You have felt that sometimes. Separated ego is a concept in this reality which comes from the belief that there could be other than all one. Separated ego's scripting is to say to you that you are just part, only a small part maybe, of the whole. But in truth, you are the whole. You are the Holy One, come forth as an extension and expression of the whole. You have all power. It has been given unto you. From before time began, you gave it to yourself because you are the extension of creativity. That is why you create such most wonderful dramas to play with. When you get to the place of being able to step back from the drama and just behold, there comes over you a great peace that the world does not know, but that you know deep within yourself. Each time anything comes to you and would suggest other than wholeness, allow yourself to step back and to take the deep breath and to be the beholder. Truly, you can do all things through the power which is you, through the power which you would call perhaps in the beginning imagination. Imagine, if I could do anything that I wanted to do, what would I do? You begin with that as a starting point, and you take off all limitation. Just for a moment or so, you would play a game with yourself, and you begin to see, well, if I could do what I really wanted to do, what would it look like? What would it feel like? What would the first step be? You take back some of the power that you have thought the world has taken from you, and you begin to realize that it does not matter what age you may be, what educational level, schooling you had. It does not matter about the golden coins. It does not matter what the friends, co-workers, mate, anyone has to say to you. What matters is what you believe about yourself. You can step back from all the limited beliefs you have had about yourself and just watch how you go through a day, forgiving yourself each time when you may have felt, oh, I should have said, oh, I could have done, etc. Just say, I was playing a certain scripting at that point. Love and allow. Love truly as I have loved you always and forever. That is the only commandment that matters. That is the basic and only true commandment which was not original with me. I said it, yes, and it was recorded in your holy scriptures, but it was not original with me. Your other masters and teachers who came before me said it as well. Masters and teachers who have come after me have said it and will continue to say it. It is the premise upon which all expression of divinity lies. You take your power by understanding who you are. You take your power by saying, I am the deep breath of peace. I love myself, capital S. I love myself because I am the extension of all divinity, come forth to play in the garden which still is. The garden that is written in your holy scriptures, the Garden of Eden, truly did exist in this reality upon this plane. And that garden still exists as you will see it, as you will believe it, as you will make it manifest in your realization. You live in a garden all of the time. Look around you at the flowers of the friends. Look around you at nature and the sunset and sunrises. Look around you at the clouds that most lovingly lash you with rain. They wash the dwelling places, they wash the vehicles, they wash all the atmosphere. Those of you who worry about the atmosphere, do not worry. It is always being washed and renewed. You do not have to worry about anything that they might be trying to do to you. Nature, as you have called it, your own divine nature, truly, is always renewing, always cleansing. So there is nothing to fear except fear itself. You have that saying. It was a wise man who said it, and a wise woman who told it to him in the first place. When you first and finally come to the realization that there is nothing to fear, there is such a feeling of peace, such a feeling of empowerment, a feeling that I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. Well, who is this Christ that strengthens you? It is yourself, your own, capital S, self. The divinity of you that you are now beginning to take hold of. And remember, the divinity of you that allows you to live the drama, the divinity of you that has been from before time began, that gives you the strength and the power to do all things. If you have been questioning, can I do anything? Any question, the answer is yes, go for it. If you say, well, I'm too old, I'm approaching my final years, I can't because a 20-year-old and do as a 20-year-old, well, sometimes the body will speak to you that does not have quite the same flexibility that you had as a 20-year-old. But I will say unto you that as you change your mind about yourself, the body has to change, and it will change. That which has been aching because you have put so much of the load of worry upon it, responsibility, false responsibility, will become quite flexible, and you'll find that you go with an ease that you felt in younger years. Start with the mind first, and the body has to follow, because the body is the servant of the mind. You change all that by saying yes to life, by saying yes to your power, by saying, yes, I can, I want to. There is nothing, and this is true, there is nothing, no thing, no person, no energy that can stand in front of you to block you and your power. The only thing that can hold you back, and as all it does is hold you back for perhaps a lifetime or two, is your own belief that you cannot do it. Once you take the deep breath and you say, all things are possible to him who believeth, then you become as a little child once again. The little child who is innocent and does not know all the responsibilities and heavies of the world. The little child who says, yes, let me play. Let me know all of the good things. I want to become as a small child once again, to enjoy life, to know everything that is possible. Allow your eyes to soften, to go within. Bring up in memory something that has happened where you could have been a feeling of failure, a feeling of perhaps challenge, a feeling perhaps where there was a bit of conflict with someone, where there were feelings that were not of harmony. Bring up what they, and this could be your own mind chatter as you speak to yourself about yourself, said, how you felt, what you said. Just behold the memory, where perhaps a word was spoken in haste or in anger or in judgment, or even in limitation based on old self-image. Perhaps a saying that you could not do something. Now look at that memory and change the wording of what was said, or the event when you felt you were not quite good enough, you did not do quite what was needed to be done, a place where you failed. See the wording being changed to words of love, the feeling changed to a feeling of accomplishment, a feeling of being loved. Whatever they said, whatever your self-image said, change the wording, turn it around, 180 degrees around, and feel how that feels. Allow the feeling of being loved, of being whole, to permeate your whole being. Feel it, even in the body. Feel it in every cell of the body. See them loving you. See yourself accepting you, understanding you, knowing that your deepest desires and dreams, and saying, yes, those are valid dreams and desires. Yes, I can do it. Feel yourself in the love that knows no limitation, no conditions. So loved that every cell of the body relaxes, expands into light. See the other one in light. See yourself in light. to the place where it all becomes light itself. Feel the expansion and know that to be true. Allow even the toenail of the right foot to feel expansive. Allow the knees to feel expanded, healed, flexible. The ankles to feel whole and flexible. Every bone and joint in the body, the hip, the back, the neck, the shoulder, the back of the neck and the head itself, expansive and free. Alive once again, the wrists, the fingers, flexible, fluid, every part in love. The elbows, the forearms, the upper arms, the thighs and the calves, every muscle of the body. The internal organs, the heart, the lungs, the digestive, every part of the body expanding light because it is so loved by you and by the one which has created it. Every part of the body is expansive, flexible, and fluid. Know that you are perfect and whole. You are the power of the divine. You have power to change everything that has happened in the past. You have the power to change everything you have believed about the present and the future. You have the power to go back to any event, incident happening in the past, and to look at it and change it, any event. Because truly it is now a memory, and you can change memory. You have the power to change your beliefs about the present, because the present comes forth from your belief. If you would know love, be love. Know yourself to be walking, living love, invulnerable to anyone else's beliefs. Your belief about the present is one of wholeness, of harmony, of love itself. Your belief about the future, where exists the future except in your imagination and in your mind and in your belief, you can change the future. Anything that you see in the future that you have feared, change it. Write a new scripting. If there has been something in your future that you have feared, allow a new scripting. Write a new scripting. See it differently. Nowhere is it written that it has to be as you have feared it to be. Collective consciousness has had certain belief about the future. It has always been thus, that collective consciousness has feared the future. But no longer do you have to fear the future. You are the power of the future. You have the power to make it as you want it to be. You are free to do that because you have come forth from the one creative principle that creates all things. From this moment on, you are free to change anything and all things that come. See your future as you want it to be. If a small bit of fear comes up, take your eraser of peace and erase it. And in its place, put that which you want your future to hold. You do not have to fear loss, abandonment, judgment. Those are of the world. Those are fears long acted out and completed. Those fears are done. You have lived them many lifetimes. So if the fear comes up about the future, erase it, and in its place put that which you desire. Surround it with love and know that you have the power to change it, because you have had the power to create your life, this life and all other lifetimes up to this point, as you desire and believe it to be. Allow yourself to take your power and to be that power, to make the past as you would have it to be, to make the present as you would have it to be, to take that freedom that truly you, the one that you are, have given to yourself from before time was even thought of. Take that freedom and move it into the future. You are free, no longer held by the strings of the world. You are not puppets of the collective consciousness. You are free. Those strings have been cut, each and every one of them. All of the fears have been erased, because you have the power to change everything and anything, to make your future that which you want it to be. If you will accept it, you are only here in memory. That which you do or have done up to this point has been done out of memory of what you have imagined had to be, old memories of other lifetimes, old memories of punishment of other lifetimes. You are only here in memory. That which you have been up to this point has been lived from the point of memory, old memory. From this point on, you live anew. You live as the Christ which you are. You live as the power of the Christ which you are, no longer held by the strings and fears of collective consciousness. You live as the Christ and the power of the Christ, in freedom and in joy. So be it.